Morning, ladies and gentlemen and council. I'm going to call this meeting to order. I have agenda in front of me. I'm wondering if there's any additions to the agenda.
Morning, Reeve and Council. Administration has one deletion and 3 additions. So the first deletion would be 5.2 under delegations, Glendon Egg Society.
Okay,
So for additions, we have 9.2.6, small community opportunity grant application. Under 9.4.2 is grant application for water and sanitary service supply feasibility study.
all right.
And then under number 12, closed session, 12.1 is Clayton Bellamy Foundation for the Arts request update, FOIP section 24.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other additions from council? Anyone? Yes, Councillor Crick?
Just a question, these two that were in our two additions, the 9.2.6 and the 9 point, I missed where the other one was going, 9.3 or 4 or something. 4.2, okay, that's the one. Is there a reason why those are coming on today as opposed to us seeing them ahead of time? Are they emergent or can they?
Yeah, these are time restraint with grant applications.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other comments or additions? Okay, seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to adopt the amended agenda. Okay, thank you, Councillor Slipchuk, for making the motion to adopt the agenda. Any discussions on this motion? I'm seeing none, I'll call for the vote. As amended, yes. It never came up yet, so. Okay, that's carried, thank you. Looking for the adoption of the minutes, regular meeting of council, November 26, 2024. Okay, thank you, Councillor Crick, for making that motion. Any discussion? Okay, I'm seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. All right, we'll move on to 7.1. Good morning.
Good morning. This is development permit application 2014-D-297 for Herland Services Limited. The applicant is applying for a temporary work camp less than 2 months. The property is north of Hilda Lake at an existing industrial facility. Adjacent properties are treed and oil field quarter sections. The applicant would like to set up a work camp for 40 days for a well drilling program near this existing facility. It will host 11 employees, comprised of 4 skid shacks and a wash car. The skid shacks have kitchens where the staff will prepare their own meals. Water and waste will be hauled in and out. They will utilize crew trucks to a maximum of 3 additional vehicles on site, and the shacks will be hauled out at the end of the 40-day period. Adjacent landowner letters were sent out on November 8th, 2024, and due to the postal strike, we advertised this on the MD website on November 26th and in the local papers on December 3rd, and we did not receive any concerns. Our recommendation for development permit application 2024-D-297 is to approve the request for a temporary work camp as a discretionary use as per Part 6, Section 66, and Part 7, Section 69.2 of the Land Use Bylaw with the following conditions. Shall comply with Consolidated Public Safety Bylaw 1812. shall comply with all provincial and federal regulations. The camp is approved until December 28th, 2025, at which time a new permit is required or reclamation shall be undertaken. Any questions?
Okay, thank you. Just looking for a motion. Counselor Fadeev?
Yeah, I'll make the motion to get that going.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Fadeev for making this motion. The council approves the development permit application number 2024D297 for temporary work camp at Northwest 1664 3 west of 4th Meridian as a discretionary use pursuant to Part 6, Section 66 and Part 7, Section 69.2 of the Land Use Bylaw for Herland Services Limited with the following conditions 1 through 3. Any discussion on this motion? Counselor Slipchuk?
Yeah, you mentioned because of the postal strike that you sent out, you could send out letters, but you put it on the MD site and whatever that other one was. But can we, how about like, can you phone the existing, the nearby landowners as well? Like this way we covered all our options? Or is that a possibility?
Through the Reeve to Councillor Slipchuk. A lot of these properties, especially around this one, are Crown land, so there is no one to contact. And because we did send this out so early, it was actually before the strike.
Okay.
And we will be advertising this on the newspaper and the website after the fact too, which then if people did have any concerns, they could put an appeal in at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Swigert?
Thanks for that, Mr. Reeve. You know, we've had concerns with work camps over the years. I don't have so much of a concern with this one because it's a bit smaller and it's actually on Strathcona's, you know, it's on their area where they're drilling and whatever they're doing there, so it probably isn't going to cause any problems. The problem in the past with work camps would set up and, you know, it's that kind of group of folks out there that we collect no taxes or anything from, and they're using, you know, roads and facilities, but we kind of, yeah, we're not gaining anything from it. I guess, like I said, I'm not so concerned with this. It doesn't look that big, and it's a short period of time, so I guess I'm okay with it.
Thank you. Counselor Fadeev?
Yeah, it's, yeah, can we pull up the map on this one?
It's between Hilda and Ethel, right?
It's right on a big site already. And it's just a way of oil companies saving some money. Just go up a bit. Just the actual, yeah, that one there. It's just right there. There's no impact to anything except for on their budget, right? They're saving money.
Well, they're just impacting themselves.
Yeah, so total favor of it. Okay,
All right,
thanks.
any other discussion or comments? Okay, I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. Thank you, that's carried. On to 7.2.
This is development permit application 2024-D-298 for Iconic Mechanical. The applicant is applying for a minor rural industrial use for a plumbing and heating business. The property is located on a service road off of Highway 28, 1.4 kilometers south of the boundary of the city of Cold Lake. Adjacent properties are quarter section remnants, Tropicana new and used, and a residential parcel. The owners of the lot operate plumbing and heating businesses and purchased this property for a joint business operating out of one location. They would like to store up to 10 sea-cans and 10 trailer units on site and build a shop within 2 years. Once the shop is constructed, they plan to store the sea-cans behind it and out of the view of the highway. The lot is currently treed except for a 60-foot area in the front for the approach development. They will leave a border of trees around the property and will have a fence and gate at the front. The shop will house the administration staff and be the contact point before leaving for jobs off-site. The uses on the quarter section were reviewed as Section 58 for rural industries limits the number of industrial uses on a quarter section to 1 minor and 1 major. No rural industrial uses were found. This lot is less than the minimum lot size of 3 acres. The applicant is requesting this requirement be omitted and have provided supporting information for this request. The lot is adjacent to Highway 28. This use would be less disturbed by the noise of the highway compared to a residential lot. The negative impacts on the adjacent lots would be minimal, as one is a business and one is an uncleared portion of the quarter section, and the remainder residential lot is bordered by trees. This use may provide additional security to the area. A shop with a storage yard would be much more aesthetically pleasing than a storage yard only, which is also a discretionary use that they could have applied for on a lot this small, and increase taxes for the municipality. The applicant applied for the Alberta Transportation Roadside Development and is awaiting response. A referral was sent out to the City of Cold Lake on November 15th, 2024, as required by the Intermunicipal Development Plan, with no concerns returned. This area is designated future country residential lands under the IDP and is under an area structure plan from 2010. The ASP proposes residential lots behind this property in Phase 4. Adjacent landowner letters were sent out on November 13th, and due to the strike, we advertised on the website on November 26th and the local papers on December 3rd. The applicants provided letters of support from the landowners to the north and to the south. Our recommendation for development application 2024-D-298 is refuse the application as it does not comply with the land use bylaw section 58 for the minimum size requirement for a minor rural industrial use. Alternatively, as per section 18.4B, the development authority may approve the development application if the proposed development would not unduly interfere with the amenities of the neighborhood or materially interfere with or affect the use, enjoyment, or value of neighboring properties. Council may choose to approve the development application 2024-D-298, a minor rural industrial use for a plumbing and heating business as a discretionary use as per Part 6, Section 58, Part 7, Section 69.2 of the Land Use Bylaw with the following conditions. As per Section 52 of the Land Use Bylaw number 1667, outdoor lighting shall be located so that rays of light are not directed at an adjacent site, do not adversely affect an adjacent site, do not adversely affect traffic safety. Shall comply with Consolidated Public Safety Bylaw number 1812. The permit is valid for the current scope of the business. If expansion is intended, a new development permit shall be required. An Alberta Transportation Roadside Development Permit is required. Plumbing, electrical, building, electrical, plumbing, gas, and sewer permits are required as per the Alberta Safety Codes Act for the construction of the shop. And we do have the applicants here, Mark Michaud and Matthew Michaud, if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fadeev?
Yeah, thanks. I'm happy that there's letter of support. There's that buffer zone between the north neighbor and also the south neighbor there as well. I think it would be a perfect place for it. So the clearing that's being done now, that's just for the driveway?
Yes, there was no approach on this parcel, so they had to install an approach, so they cleared some trees, yes.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'm in favor of this, so make the motion to go ahead with this. Number two.
Okay. Wait till it comes up here. Yep. Councillor Swaggart, while we're
Thanks,
waiting.
Mr. Reeve. Can you just explain the driveway access? It looks like a service road that comes from the Tropicana down. Is that, like the residents to the north, where's their access to the highway?
There is the service road.
And so they're using, and so this, if they develop this, they need permission from Alberta Transport, do they? Alberta Transportation?
They are within the Alberta Transportation Control Corridor, so any development that occurs 300 meters parallel to the highway needs a development permit from Alberta Transportation.
So just to have an access to their lot, like an approach into their lot from the service road?
For the development more than just the approach, for the shop and the storage yard.
Oh, I see, okay. And just to, so I can understand that, the service road, who put in that service road? Like, was that the house that's there now kind of had to develop that service road like a long time ago, or was it, I guess so, is that?
It could have been a condition of the development of the lots, but I do not have that information.
Council Swiger, I think it's the way it kind of goes up the hill there. So if you had like an exit right from like right from the residence, it'd be going up a hill.
Too
being
dangerous.
On like unsafe zone. So that's why the service road was brought in. It's been there for
Long time.
a long, long time. Yeah. So
When me and
probably
Ben,
since it was a gravel road.
Well, I guess,
when me and Ben were kids.
yeah, I mean, this isn't part of the, this isn't an issue, I guess. I'm just curious, like, so whoever put in that service road had to pay to have that put in. So do other folks have to now sort
Well,
of
we
pay
don't,
into a
yeah.
service road or anything, or no?
We don't know that though.
No, I know, we don't.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's just kind of curious question.
I know on some of the ones we did years ago here that there was a condition, but that condition would come up. So if there was a condition on that service road, more than likely that condition would come up when someone else is trying to build off it. But obviously there was no condition, or you guys would have probably told us about it, so, or you would have known about it.
I didn't see anything
Yeah,
requiring it.
all right. Counselor Crick?
Yeah, I think it's a great location for it. I'm in full support of it. My only concern is that if an 8,000 square foot shop's about to be built, if they're gonna have to have a huge underground dugout or water supply there as per the building code, which hopefully that's not the case, but I think it probably is. But I think it's a great location for a business, so.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Fadeev?
Yeah, there's other ways to mitigate that. So we were talking with Minister. Anyways, there's a solution that there's like a coating you can put on, and it takes that fire away, and it kind of suppresses it, and you don't need a pond or water to it. So yeah, and it's product is built. I think it was Minister Getson that said that, and it's pretty inexpensive if people know about it. And it's done right here in Atchison Park in Alberta, and yeah, it's be above code. So
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, Counselor Fadeev, for making this motion that council approves development permit application number 2024D298 as per section 18.4 of the land use bylaw for a minor rural industrial use for a plumbing and heating business on plan 758 TR Lot C within Northwest 2362 2 west of the 4th Meridian as per Part 3, Section 58, and Part 7, Section 69.2 for Iconic Mechanical with the following conditions 1 through 6 that's before you. Any discussion on this motion? Yes, Councillor
Yeah, I
Sutton.
just want to make comment that going forward with this, show that we as MD promote local businesses, and they're a big contributor to our communities.
Awesome, thank you. Any other discussion? I'm seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Yep. All right, I'm gonna look at this time for a motion to go into, nope, not yet. Bylaw number 1873, before beginning with the public hearing for bylaw number 1873, repealing by, I would like to remind those who wish to address any of the public hearing on today's agenda to register your name on the speaker's list at the entrance of the council chambers. I would also like to outline the procedure to be followed for this public hearing. We will begin with a staff report from administration, also the applicant, followed by questions of administration from council. We will then call upon members of the public who wish to speak in support of the application, followed by those who wish to speak in opposition of the application. Council may ask questions of the public presenter during this time only. The applicant will then be provided an opportunity to rebut anything that they have heard or read in the opposition of their application, followed by the questions of the applicant from the council only on information provided during the rebuttal. Finally, we will entertain any final questions of administration from council before closing the public hearing. May I have a motion to open public hearing? Councillor Kraviak? Okay, thank you, Counselor Kraviak, for making this motion to open public hearing. Any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Good morning.
Good morning. While reviewing historic MD bylaws, administration discovered some active bylaws that should have been repealed. As such, administration has prepared a bylaw to repeal these historic bylaws that are no longer applicable and/or relevant. The bylaws that are proposed to be repealed through bylaw number 1873 are bylaw number LU 101 to adopt the Lakori Area Structure Plan, which is now governed under bylaw number 1782, Lakori Major Area Structure Plan. Bylaw number LU 102 to adopt the Ardmore Area Structure Plan, which is now governed under bylaw number 1804, Ardmore Area Structure Plan. And bylaw number LU 103 to adopt the Fort Kent Area Structure Plan, which is now governed under bylaw number 1749, the Fort Kent Area Structure Plan. Bylaw number 1873 was given first reading on September 10th, 2024, and attached for the council's review is Appendix A, bylaw number 1873, repealing bylaw, and Appendix B, bylaws to be repealed, LU 101, LU 102, and LU 103. I'm available for any questions.
Is there any questions, gentlemen? Okay, seeing none. There has also been no written submissions that have been provided in the agenda package. I don't believe there's any names that are provided. So I don't believe we have to call anyone that wishes to speak. Pardon me? Okay. Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask if anyone wants to speak in support of this bylaw. Okay, for the second time, I wish to ask if there's anyone that wishes to speak in support of this bylaw. And for the third and final time, I'm just wondering if anyone wants to speak in support of this bylaw. Okay, seeing none, I'm just going to ask at this time if anyone wants to speak in opposition of this bylaw. And for the second time, I'm going to ask if anyone wants to speak in opposition of this bylaw. And for the third and final time, I want to ask if anyone wants to speak in opposition of this bylaw. Okay. Seeing none, any questions again by anyone? Seeing none, any final questions from yourself? No. I need a motion to close this public hearing. Okay, thank you, Councillor Fadeev, for making this motion that the public hearing for item 4.1, bylaw number 1873, repealing bylaw, to be closed at 9:24 a.m. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a public hearing for bylaw number LU 581. Before we begin this public hearing for bylaw number LU 581, amending land use bylaw, I would like to remind those who wish to address any of the public hearing on today's agenda to register your name on the speaker's list at the entrance of council chambers. I would also like to outline the process that to be followed for this public hearing. We will begin with a staff report from administration, also the applicant, followed by questions of administration from council. We will then call upon members of the public who wish to speak in support of the application, followed by those who wish to speak in opposition of the application. Council may ask questions of the public presenter during this time only. The applicant will then be provided opportunity to rebut anything that they have heard or read in the opposition of the application, followed by the questions of the applicant from council only on information provided during the rebuttal. Finally, we will entertain any final questions of administration from council before closing the public hearing. May I have a motion to open the public hearing? Thank you, Councillor Fadeev. For for opening this public hearing. The public hearing for item 4.2 bylaw number LU 581 amending bylaw be open at 9:27 a.m. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Administration is seeking approval for bylaw number LU 581, amending bylaw LU 579 to correct the Alberta Township System ATS location reference. The amendment will correct the ATS associated with the given Lot 1 Plan 8620814 to Southeast 1662-1 west the 4th Meridian, as per the Alberta Land Title. Bylaw LU 579 received third reading by Council on August 27, 2024. A review of this bylaw revealed a clerical error in the ATS location stated within the bylaw. The proposed amendment is to correct this error. To make the necessary correction, amending bylaw must receive 3 readings: first reading, public hearing, and second and third reading. Bylaw LU 579 will be rescinded concurrent with a third reading for bylaw LU 581. Notification was mailed on October 28, 2024 to all adjacent landowners. Bylaw LU 581 was given first reading at the November 12, 2024 council meeting. And that concludes my information for you.
Thank you. Any questions, gentlemen? Okay, seeing none. I'd like to announce at this time that there was no written submissions that have been provided for the agenda package. And I'd like to announce that there is no list of names. And at this time, I'd like to ask if anyone wishes to speak in support of this LU 581. For the second time, I want to ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak in support of L 581. And for the third and final time, I'd like to ask if anyone wishes to speak in support of LU 581. Okay, seeing nobody, I'm going to ask at this time if anyone's in opposition that wishes to speak on bylaw LU 581. And for the second time, I want to ask if anyone wants to speak in opposition of bylaw LU 581. And for the third and final time, I want to ask if anyone wants to speak in opposition of bylaw number LU 581. Okay, seeing nobody. Any questions? Anything from you? No. All right, just looking for a motion to close this public hearing. Thank you, Councillor Slipchuk, for making that motion. The public hearing for item 4.2 bylaw number LU 581 amending LUB bylaw be closed at 9:30 a.m. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Let's go to 8.1. You're back.
It's me again.
Morning again.
Subdivision application 2024-S-016. Administration has received and is presenting subdivision application 2024-S-016 for council consideration, wherein the applicant is proposing to subdivide a 20-acre parcel from agricultural quarter section southwest 1662 to west the 4th Meridian, as shown on the map. Notification of the proposed subdivision was submitted to referral agencies and adjacent landowners with a deadline of November 10th to submit concerns to be considered at the December 10th council meeting. No concerns have been received regarding this application. Administration recommended action for the application is that council approve subdivision application 2024-S-016 to subdivide a 20-acre parcel from agricultural quarter section southwest 1662 to west of the 4th Meridian for Colin Janess on behalf of Deanna Janess as per the following conditions. The owner-developer install internal roads approaches, including culverts and crossings, as per the specifications of the MD of Bonnyville. Pursuant to section 661 and 662, if the subdivision is registered through a plan of survey, there is a 17-foot strip of land for road widening along the west side of the proposed end remnant to be registered by separate road plan, or if the subdivision is registered by descriptive plan, the 17-foot strip along the west side of the proposed end remnant to be registered by caveat. The real property report is required. The sewage disposal shall comply to the Alberta Safety Codes Act and the Alberta Public Health Act, and that all taxes to be paid in full.
Thank you. Any questions or like someone like make a motion? Yes, Councillor Swigert?
Lisa, yeah, I think just a question, the land quality again, the assessment of the land quality. So is it, obviously it doesn't meet our standards for, otherwise they wouldn't allow 20 acres. So just clarify that for me.
Through the reef, our land use bylaw requirements are that the land valuation be 45% or less in order to take out 28. The land valuation on this particular parcel come in at 35.8, which would allow for a 20-acre parcel to be subdivided out.
Thank you.
Councillor Crick?
Yeah, I'll make the motion that we approve the subdivision.
All right, thank you, Councillor Crick, for making this motion that council approve subdivision application 2024S016 to subdivide a 20-acre parcel from an agricultural quarter section southwest 1662 to west of the 4th Meridian for Colin Janess on behalf of Deanna Janess as per the following conditions 1 through 5 before you. Any discussion on this motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We have a delegation at 10 a.m. for Cookum's House. Are you guys the ones that are, is anyone else coming or just you two? All right. I think we're just gonna, are you guys ready to do this delegation right now? Okay. Come on up. Just give us 1 second. We're going to get this folder. Thank you so much. Okay, good morning. Turn your mic on. Just hit that. There you go.
Good morning.
Morning.
So last time you seen me, I didn't break my wing. This time I broke my wing.
How bad did you break it? Like a crack or broke it good?
They put a pin in there, so it must be broken pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what happened with me the last time before I came here. Anyway, we thank you very much for the 25 grand that we had received from the municipality. We had, it came in handy, but 25 grand doesn't cover all the stuff that we do at Cookum's House. Every month we spend $500 on groceries, and we pay power, gas, water, and we pay for people that need their IDs and that need to get their tickets for work. and all that with, that 25,000 income. I was hoping it'll last, but it sure didn't, you know, from all the stuff that we had to do to keep the house going.
Okay, so, my name is Zane, I'm manager of Cookham's House. Again, thank you for the $25,000. What I'm gonna do is just break down what happened in the last year since we've been here. So we, basically became a recovery transition house. We can hold up to 10 guys. I went through recovery coach training with the Alberta Recovery, and we're being called a recovery transition house now. In the last year, we went through 48 guys that are either local or from participating rehabs. We deal with Bonnyville, Beaver Lake, Henwood, Pound Makers, Onion Lake. We pretty much every rehab that's around the surrounding area. We've been through 48 guys in the last year. 19 of them have gone on to get their tickets and are working and living on their own. The house is like a peer-to-peer support group. I'm just running through my speech, so the slideshow is going to be a little bit behind me, but yeah. So we have 19 guys going on to get jobs. I've had 7 guys relapse. I have 8 guys in the house right now. I have 4 or 5 that went back to rehab and on to a different treatment house. I also have working relationships with different recovery houses throughout Alberta. So we take guys, if they're not feeling comfortable at Cookham's House or whatever, we take them and we put them in a different recovery house, wherever they feel comfortable, Lakeview or 8 Pillars or stuff like that. Well, the guys are at the house. It's 3 to 1 year stay at the house. What I do is I try to get them motivated into working on themselves. So, like I said before, once they come out of rehab or off the street, they hear a lot of no's. So I take a lot of no's away. We get them ticketed up. We get them thinking about jobs. We get them working on cars. At Cookham's House, we have a shop that we work on cars. I started a company where we do snow removal to get these guys working. We run a thrift store in Cold Lake, Cookham's Corner. They volunteer at the thrift store. We also help other people in the community with disabilities working at the thrift store. They're learning interpersonal skills. They're learning life skills. They're learning to be accountable and responsible for their actions, so they're going on and living on their own sustainably. I kind of screwed up my speech, so I'm lost where I'm supposed to be. The 25,000, like Agnes said, is we use it for ID. So when you're coming into a recovery house, a lot of gaps in the system. If you're on Alberta Works, they require you to have a job letter to get tickets. That's just another no and an excuse to drink. So what I do is I send them to go get their tickets, and then they're more employable with the ticket than without the ticket. And that's part of the cost we come up with. Like there's tons of stuff we do. There's IDs we do for people, the first aids, the training for tickets, the men's group. We hold a men's group in the house for I'm a Kind Man. It's helping to teach men against violence against women, and it's reclaiming culture. And once again, Cookham's House is not just for Native people; it's for everybody. Yeah, I'm lost, and so I'll just take questions if you have.
I think you did okay, no problem.
Okay.
We have a counselor here with a question. Counselor Fadeev?
Thanks, Zane. Just to, can you give us an update since last year we had the opportunity to showcase your Cookham's House with Minister Williams from Mental Health and Addictions. We also had DM Ethan Romanoff is there as well, and David Kerr. He was the Director of Operations. We've been knocking on their door a lot. I know you have. Can you give us a status to what the government is doing to help you guys out?
Yeah, that's one of the things I forgot because I was mixed up in my little speech here, but I was fortunate enough to convince the Minister of Addictions and Mental Health to come and see the house. He was in the area, so he took the time to come to the house, and he's like any politician. He said it looks positive, can't promise anything. A couple of weeks ago, or last week, I got a call from David Kerr saying that he can't make an announcement yet. It looks positive, everything looks positive. We'll find out in a couple of weeks. Yeah, that's the meeting I invited Mr. Fedea there to, because it was a spur of the moment, and I just felt I needed backup, so I called Mr. Fedea, Councillor Fedea, in to help me with the Minister of Addictions and Mental Health at Cookham's House. So they're saying they're going to, but until the check is signed and in my hand, you know what it's like, right? Sorry.
Hey, that happened to me before, so you're okay.
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, we're gonna keep pushing because you need sustainable funding, for a long time, not just, here and there. And you guys are a pillar to addiction recovery, and you guys are very, very important, and we need that funding from them.
Well, see, that's one of the things I'm starting to realize as I get into this kind of thing, because I'm straight from the street. I'm a recovering addict myself, and I've been clean 10 years. Is that these, like I give you in a little, I call it propaganda, but in the folder you'll see we have a letter from the RPAC nurse. She's a recovery nurse in Cold Lake. She gave us a good review, and then the rest of those, you'll see our testimonials from the guys that've been in the house and have gone through the house, and what we do. And when you're in Cold Lake, I encourage any of you guys to come to Cold Lake and actually see what's going on. It's
Councillor Swigert?
Thanks, Mr. Reed. Yeah, it's great what you're doing. I drove up there a while ago and dropped some stuff off for some folks, but I think it's a great program. My question is, you have a slide that says community partners, and it lists a bunch. I'll read: Alberta Works, Candace, Sutterfield, Cold Lake First Nations, again, health centers, and a bunch more there. But are you getting funding from any of those groups?
There, in the gap, what I call the gap in this business is everybody's taken from the same purse. So everybody's going for the same kind of money. So we got a little bit of money from Cold Lake First Nations, so that when we take one of their people in, we can feed them, house them, and help them along. And we based it on $35 a day, so we got 15,000 from them. The other agencies,
City of Cold Lake.
City of Cold Lake, I'm going up in a couple of days to them to ask for money to help with our programs. I've been trying to go everywhere I can for the money, and I understand. I'm new to this game where I call it money begging season, so I'm just new to it, and I'm trying, but.
That's a good name.
I mean, it's great what you're doing. I just was kind of maybe hoping I'd see sort of a breakdown of income and budgets and stuff, because it's way easier if you go to us or Cold Lake or anybody else and say, hey, it's costing us, whatever, $1,000 a day to run this place. Here's where our money comes from, and so it'd be nice if people knew that, and then they'd probably be more open to saying, yeah, well, you're a great, you're doing a great thing here. We'll support it. So.
Okay, so I can't remember if you were here last year when we did this delegation, but I didn't have a PowerPoint. Next year I'll have a budget breakdown.
Yeah, go ahead, Counselor Fide, are you finished? Yeah. Counselor Fideev, go ahead.
Yeah, again, you know, this is, we gotta be careful to stay in our lane, because this is a provincial thing. All our taxpayers' money is going to it. And, you know, it's very important for the province to really step up. There's a lot of good work. I mean, the resume of the House speaks for itself, and we really have to get the province in on it too. Because we all pay taxes into it. My personal taxes go into it, my business taxes go into that, and, you know, we need help out here, simple as that. And the province needs to step up, and.
We're
Yeah,
trying.
I hear, yeah, we have, monthly conversations about that, and I keep contacting, the ministry, but they're not really giving us.
One of the other things I realized that, we don't quite do is because we're not looking for a pat on the back. I'm not advertising the house all over, like you'll see Stepping Stones or Dragonfly or, John Howard Society. They're all over the internet. They're all over that. I'm gonna start, really focusing on showing that, but I was just kinda scared, cause I know we have a 25 guy waiting list as it is. And I know that if I start advertising and getting that kind of stuff in, it's just gonna get bigger, and we're small as it is, so, yeah, so there's a lot of work to do yet,
For money.
but our team, is me and Agnes, as you can see, and my all-star's got a broken arm, so.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know.
All right, thank you for your presentation. Yeah, I got another question here. Counselor Slipchuk.
Yeah, thank you for what you do. And you said you had 48 and there's 19 out working, so that's positive. Like each one that we help is a benefit. So I think this is a way that we help reduce, this is helping us with crime too in the area, because this way you got one less requirement that's gonna support the dealers. And they gotta get their lives back, but that's the important part, that they get their lives back and they get to contribute to society and get to feel positive about themselves. So thank you for what you're doing, and that's something I think is very beneficial for us as a MD as well.
Yeah.
That's one of the things you'll find that, when you go out into the community, you won't hear too many negative things about the guys from Cookham's House. Because, it's all about the pride in the house, and a pride about what they're accomplishing and what they're doing. They're taking back their I call it taking back their accountability and responsibility, and that's one thing you need. One of the things, I don't know if I should say it, because I don't want to get in, but one of the things we do at the house is if a fellow comes right off the street and says, I'm tired, I want to quit drugs, I will, if it's a non-medical detox, I will detox them and have them in rehab in 7 days.
Yeah.
That is one function that we have that no other place has, because if you go to ADAC, they're gonna tell you, gotta get a medical, it's a 2-month wait, and it's a show. It's an S show. But if you come to me, I will put you in the house, I will feed you, I will detox you, and by the end of that 7 days, you're going to rehab. And that's one of the things we do at the house. And then from there, it's a peer, I don't know if you guys ever hear of peer-to-peer support in recovery. That's what it is. So one guy doesn't want to disappoint the other 6 guys, and it's all about working. And then they're working on cars, or they're doing snow removal, or they're building stuff, or they're volunteering at the store, or at the bingo. So every day it's a positive step, right? And positivity breeds positivity. So, yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Well, thank you for this presentation, and I'm just looking for a motion now, gentlemen. One second. Councillor Slipchuk?
Yeah, I'll make the motion that, option 1, we take it future meeting council for consideration.
All right, thank you, Councillor Slipchuk, for making this motion that council accepts the presentation by Cold Lake Native Friendship Center, Cookham's House, as information, and furthermore directs administration to bring their request for funding support to a future meeting of council for consideration. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you, guys. We're gonna take a
Very much.
short break right now.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome back. We're going to continue meeting here with Planning and Community Services, so 9.2.1.
Good morning.
Morning.
Ooh, that was loud. I'm here for second and third readings of bylaw number 1879, amending the municipal lands and reserve bylaw. So it would authorize the MD of Bonnyville to amend the regulation of activities on municipal land in the existing municipal lands and reserve bylaw number 1766. The reason for the proposed amendment is to address a gap which was identified during a recent review of the existing bylaw, as the bylaw does not contain any regulations regarding the consumption of alcohol or cannabis on municipal lands. So bylaw number 1879 makes amendment to bylaw number 1766, the municipal lands and reserve bylaw, by adding the regulation of consumption of liquor and cannabis with municipal lands in accordance with Alberta Gaming, Liquor and Cannabis Act. So bylaw number 1879 was given first reading on October 22nd, 2024, and a public hearing was held on November 26th with no interested parties in attendance. Administration is recommending that council give second reading and furthermore, if passed, to give third reading.
Thank you.
Reading.
Councillor Crick, go ahead.
I'll move for second reading.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Crick for making this motion. The bylaw number 1879 being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonnyville number 87 to amend bylaw number 1766 Municipal Land and Reserve bylaw to be given second reading. Any discussion on this motion? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. Oh, I do have one. Councillor Swigert, go ahead.
I have to just let you know, I have to abstain from voting because I wasn't at the, what was it called?
First reading?
First reading? No, I was there for the first reading. Just wasn't there for the, what's it called? Public hearing,
The
sorry.
public hearing? Okay,
So that's fine.
thank you. Anything else? Any other discussion? All right, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. Looking for third? Thank you, Councillor Slipchuk, for making the motion that bylaw number 1879 be given third reading. Any discussion on this motion? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you.
Good to go?
Yep.
So the next one is bylaw number 1885, is a roadway licensing for first reading. Administration is seeking approval for 1885, authorizing the MD of Bonnyville into an agreement to license a portion of the east end of Spruce Avenue located in Evergreen Estates in the southwest of 1961 of 6, in accordance with policy number 3A.018, as shown on the map on Appendix A. This is a renewal of an existing roadway license bylaw number 1788, and the purpose of the roadway license is to reduce the fire hazard and deter unsolicited traffic and abandoned vehicles in the area. After obtaining legal advice on the current licensing bylaws, the wording allowed the renewal at the end of the period was updated. And updated to the content of this bylaw, number 1885, will allow these licenses to be renewed directly through administration. However, any licenses that existed prior to this update still require renewals to be processed through council. Should the applicant wish to renew again upon expiry of this 3-year term bylaw, if approved, renewals would be executed directly by administration. So a copy of this roadway license agreement application was provided to internal departments for review and recommendation prior to council presentation of bylaw number 1788, and there were no concerns. So administration is recommending that council give first reading to bylaw number 1885.
Thank you. Councillor Slipchuk. Okay, thank you, Councillor Slipchuk, for making this motion. The bylaw 1885 being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonnyville, number 87, roadways and license to be given first reading. Any discussion, Councillor Crick?
Yeah, I think there's no problem with this one. I just wondered if there's really no purpose for the MD owning that little piece of land there on the road allowance. I wondered if there'd be beneficial to just sell it to the guy instead of him having to lease it year after year.
It could, it would be quite a pricey thing in order for them to close that and survey it out.
Oh,
but
okay.
it Could be an option that we could give to the applicant.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion, gentlemen? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Thank you, that's carried on to 923, I believe.
Oh, there's an extra motion in there?
Because it was to, this was
Oh, yeah.
from the consolidation, we wanted to consolidate it after the third.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Did I forget a motion on the first one?
No, that was the one before.
Yeah.
That was before the land use bylaw one.
This is the one that you just did second and third reading?
1766, we forgot that one?
For the municipal lands bylaw?
For the municipal lands and
But then we
reserve
just had
bylaw
one extra one.
that we had second and third reading.
Yeah,
Sorry,
the 1766. I needed to make a motion there on that.
Sorry, on 1879.
Okay, mine says 1766, so, no?
So the one before that last one.
Yeah.
So 9.2.1.
We made two motions, one from Counselor Crick and one from Counselor Slipchick, and then there's a third,
There needs to be a third motion.
and I have on my bylaw number 1766, is that correct?
Yes, to consolidate into bylaw 1760. Yeah, that is
Okay.
correct.
All right, so we need that motion to finish that one up, correct?
That is correct.
I was gonna ask, but then I thought maybe then I changed my mind. All right, gentlemen, back to 9.2.1 bylaw number 1879. We need one more motion at the end of it. Okay, thank you, Councillor Slipchuk, for making that motion that council approves consolidation of bylaw number 1766 municipal land and reserve bylaw with the amendments approved through amending bylaws. Any discussion on this motion? Okay, I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried, and I'd like to apologize to you guys. I seen that, and I was looking for a wave, but no one waved, so I thought, well, okay. So we're back to, where are we at now? We're at 9.2.3?
So administration is seeking approval for a roadway license bylaw number 1886, authorizing the MD of Bonnyville into an agreement to license portions of the road allowance adjacent to the west and south boundaries of the southwest of 4, 64 of 6, as shown on the map on Appendix B. This is a renewal of an existing roadway license bylaw number 1781. For the purpose of this bylaw is for agricultural purposes, including livestock grazing, cattle crossing between adjacent quarter sections. The revised wording of bylaw 1886 allows that should the applicant wish to renew upon expiry of this 3-year term, if approved, renewals would be executed directly by administration. So administration is recommending that council give first reading to bylaw number 1886.
Thank you. Just looking for a motion, gentlemen. Thank you, Councillor Slipchuk. That bylaw number 1886 being a bylaw of the municipal district of Bonnyville, number 87, roadways and license be given first reading. Any discussion on this motion? Okay, I'm not seeing any. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. On to 1888.
So roadway license bylaw number 1887 is authorizing the MD into agreement to license on the road allowance east of the northeast of 34, 63 of 7, as shown on the map on Appendix B. This is a renewal of an existing roadway license bylaw number 1780, and the purpose is for agricultural purposes, including livestock grazing and cattle crossing between adjacent quarter sections. The revised wording in bylaw number 1886 allows, should the applicant wish to renew upon expiry, renewals would be executed directly by administration. So administration is recommending that council give first reading to bylaw number 1887. Which one?
Is it 888?
Oh, sorry, yep, 1888, sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. I thought I made two things in a row that All right, would someone like to make a motion on this bylaw 8? Yep, Counselor Crick. Thank you, Counselor Crick, for making this motion that bylaw number 1888, being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonneville, number 87, roadway licensing be given first reading. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. On to 925, Ronald McDonald.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
At the regular meeting of the Council on November 26, 2024, a delegation was made to Council by the Ronald McDonald House Charities, Alberta, providing information on the requesting financial support for the 2025 Winterland Invitational Hockey Tournament. The Winterland Invitational is a U9, U11, and U13 hockey tournament hosted in the Lakeland region in support of Ronald McDonald House Charities, Alberta. This event brings families together in the Lakeland region where they can stay at local hotels, eat at restaurants, and enjoy recreation facilities. This year's event will take place on the February long weekend in 2025.
So it's good.
Ronald McDonald House Charities, Alberta is requesting sponsorship in support of this tournament in the amount of $8,000. Sponsorship at this level would include proud provincial sponsor graphics for social media, logo recognition on sponsorship banner and in the program, mention on social media, VIP tour at the House of Choice, and first right of refusal for 2025. Sponsorship deadline is December 31st, 2024. Through council giving in 2022, the MD donated $8,000 in support of this event. And through the Community Action Grant in 2023, a request for $8,000 was received, and the MD approving the maximum grant of $5,000. Attached for council information, Appendix A, the RMHC delegation presentation from November 26, 2024 council meeting. Reference to the strategic plan, Goal 1, building a prosperous and sustainable community. Cost and source of funding. The cost of $8,000 that's been requested would come from sources of funding options could be all the 2024 municipal giving programs and council giving budgets are fully allocated. There's $0 in that program. 2025 council giving operating budget of $125,000. Or the Community Action Grant Reserve of $180,880 is the balance to date. The applicant will be notified in writing of the council's decision, and administration's recommended action that council directs administration to advise the Ronald McDonald House Charities, Alberta, to apply for funding for the Winterland Invitational event in January 2025 through the policy number C-2A.003 donation sponsorships and recognition policy for a sponsorship to a maximum amount of $2,000. Do we have any questions?
No, it doesn't appear we do. Anyone like to make a motion? Yes, Councillor Swaggart.
Yeah, you might as well just, I'll ask the question about sort of economic benefits for the area, because does that not bring a lot of folks and families and kids and stuff here?
Through the Reeve,
for
yes.
hotels and whatever. Yeah.
Through their delegation, it seems to be that way, yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Crick.
Yeah, I'll move option 1, that we direct them to apply through the sponsorship and recognition policy.
All right, thank you, Councillor Crick, for making this motion. The council directs administration to advise the Ronald McDonald House Charity Alberta to apply for funding supporting for their winter invitational event in January 2025 through policy number C-2A003 donation, sponsorship, and recognition policy for sponsorship to the maximum amount of $2,000. Any discussion on this motion? Councillor Fadeev?
Yeah, thanks. with the Ron McDonald Charities, I think they were looking for $8,000, weren't they? That was their,
Correct,
that was their ask.
correct.
Yeah, so, okay, that's all I need to know.
Is this all we have, is $2,000 in the fund, or why is it $2,000? I'm not sure. I thought we sponsored them for $8,000 the last couple of years, or no?
We, to the Reeve, yes, we have. In 2022, we did the 8,000, full 8,000 as requested. Money was available at that time.
Okay,
2023, we went into the operating budget of $5,000 that we end up giving them.
Yep.
This year, right now, we have no money left in that program. In the giving program, council giving budgets, there's no money left in that right now. So the earliest we can get money to them, being January, would be the new budget coming in. And that program brings us up to $2,000 maximum.
okay. Thank you. All right, yep,
Mr. Reeve.
Counselor Swaggart.
So when is this event again? Sorry, what's the date?
January 2025, I think. February?
Yeah, I thought it was, sponsorship deadline is in December 31st, and the event is February long weekend.
So, Mr. Reeve, we do have, it says 2025 council giving operating budget 125,000, and then community action grant reserve 180,000. I think we can do better than two, I'm hoping.
All right, Counselor Kraviak, and then,
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Reeve. Yeah, this tournament brings a lot of people to the area, so I'd be in favor of giving them the $8,000 myself.
okay, Counselor Slipchuk.
Yeah, I agree with Councilor Kriviak, like it brings a lot of people to the area, but the big factor is it helps a lot of local families as well that I know for a fact that we don't even know about.
So for,
Sorry, I cut you off. Just turn your mic back on. Sorry about that.
all good. Just for clarification, would that $8,000 be coming from the 2025 council giving operating budget?
We're not sure. We're still discussing it right now. Counselor Fadеев?
Yeah, it's not only just the sponsorship, but it's one of their main, I guess, fundraisers. And when we were at the Ron McDonald House in Edmonton, Ethan, said how much money that they were making off of this just by the sheer number of kids that are there and the amount of money that they make from, I guess, from the kids that are all coming in. And it's one of their major ones, and we need to be in support of that.
Counselor Slipchuk?
Yeah, and also they did say at the fundraising, the gala we all attended, that they're looking to expand their current houses. They don't even have rooms to support all the families that need help, and this is a huge benefit. We've always been supporting them in the past, and I don't want to see us going down, dropping it off.
Okay, so your question was,
Just for clarification on the $8,000, if you go that way, would it be coming out of the 2025 council giving operating budget?
yeah, we'd have to amend the motion because the motion's on the table right now. So we gotta pass this motion or not pass it, and then we can go from there. Or do you want a friendly amendment to your motion, or you want to just leave your motion as is? Yeah, we'll let you speak.
What would the amendment be if someone wants to make one?
Sorry?
What would the amendment be if someone wants to make one?
Okay. Anyone want to make one? Counselor Fadеев?
Yeah, I think it's for their ask of 8,000.
Okay. Josh,
That's friendly enough.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so we'd switch the amount to 8,000 at the end of the motion instead of 2,000, is that correct? Is that,
The only thing is that can't really come from the policy anymore because the policy
to
has a
take it
maximum
from
of
somewhere else?
2,000.
Yeah, Mr. Reeve, if I may suggest to either withdraw the motion or vote on it, and
Okay.
if it's
Okay.
I'll just
defeated, make a
withdraw
new
it.
motion, just because changing that motion is your basic, it's
We understand,
it's
go
more
ahead.
than an
I'll
amendment.
withdraw the motion.
Okay, that motion has been withdrawn. Would anybody like to make a different motion?
I'll
Counselor
go for
Fadеев?
Yeah, sorry, thanks. I'll make it option number 2, that council approves the request for funding for Ronald McDonald Health Charities for the Winterland Invitational Event for the amount of $8,000 funded from, recommendation from
Administration?
So it's-
Yeah, go ahead.
Would it be the 2025 council giving operating budget?
Sure. That would work? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Counselor Fadеев, for making this motion. The council approves the request for funding supported by the Ronald McDonald House Charities Alberta for their Winterland Invitational Event in the amount of $8,000 to be funded from the 2025 council giving operation budget. Any discussion on this motion? Okay, I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. We're gonna go on to the 9.2.6. Morning.
Before you, I have a request for decision regarding the 2024 Alberta Small Communities Opportunity Grant application. Administration is seeking resolution to support 2 applications to the new Provincial Small Community Opportunity Program grant. The Small Community Opportunity Program grant program is a matching 90-10% funding grant program established to tackle challenges, building capacity and economic footprint of rural communities. The maximum eligible individual project budget is $100,000. The first application is to complete community consultation and education regarding rural economic development opportunities associated with potential development of 1 or more small nuclear reactors within the MD of Bonnyville. We would also identify the needs and wants of rural businesses and residents related to the industrial growth associated with nuclear energy in the region. Second application is to complete a master resort plan associated with the physical expansion of tourism facilities at Kinnessoo Ridge Resort. The project will identify the costs and benefits to the MD of Bonnyville, as well as potential investors for commercial development. The benefits of these applications are increasing the economic footprint of the MD, creating jobs, spurring business growth, and generating new revenue for the MD. The goal is to help move the MD from its current state to its desired state of development, focusing on investment attraction activities to pursue specific targets. Reference to the strategic plan: 1, building a viable and diversified regional economy, with objective number 1, develop an economic development strategy inclusive of business and industrial traction, retention, and expansion while maintaining our rural influences. The cost of funding to be determined, however, estimated at no more than $10,000 per award. Administration's recommended action: that council support a grant application to the Government of Alberta Small Community Opportunity Program for community consultation project regarding rural economic development opportunities associated with development of 1 or more small nuclear reactors within the MD of Bonnyville. 2, that council supports a grant application to the Government of Alberta Small Opportunity Grant Program for a Kinnessoo Ridge Resort Master Plan to continue the expansion of tourism facilities at Kinnessoo Ridge Resort. Council's options: that council supports a grant application of the Alberta Small Community Opportunity Program for a community consultation project regarding rural economic development opportunities associated with the development of 1 or more small nuclear reactors within the MD of Bonnyville. That council supports a grant application to the Government of Alberta Small Community Opportunity Program for a Kinnessoo Ridge Master Plan to continue the expansion of the tourism facilities at Kinnessoo Ridge. And 2, that council accepts the 2024 Alberta Small Community Opportunity Grants Application Report as information. At this point, I would entertain questions.
All right, we got Councillor Fadeev and then Councillor Swaggart.
Yeah, thanks. Both great projects to definitely get on board. So for clarification, in regards to the small community opportunity for Canuso Ridge Resort, was that the one that Invest Alberta had kind of directed us to and wanted us to take the opportunity to apply for that?
So Invest Alberta has talked about it on a number of occasions. However, this information is the result of, I guess, a joint effort between the staff sourcing the information and some investors asking us to provide further information and detail that would qualify and quantify the opportunities. As we look at what's happened at the site, we have a destination management plan that told us of all these things that could happen. And now we're trying to pursue to the next level, that funnel where we say, well, here's where those opportunities meet reality. And then we talk about sort of where the costs of those are, or where the return on investment are, and where the opportunities are.
Okay, that's something that the site selectors have been asking for and things
Correct.
like that.
Yeah.
I know there's been a conversation with one of the selectors and Invest Alberta in Florida.
Correct.
And this is part of that ongoing development.
Correct.
Okay, super, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. You kind of answered one of my questions too there, because I in my mind, I thought we already had the Canuso Ridge Report Master Plan, but what you've said, of course, adds to that, so I'm good with that. My other question was, though, that, like, I'm good with both of these. I'm just wondering, is there a limit to the number of, applications we're putting in? Will they look at one over the other and sort of throw one out, or what's, I'm not sure.
So we've asked this question to Scott before. We've been told that there is really no limit to it. It really is the merit of the application. There isn't a formula that we're aware of that says so much money will be distributed in a region or by the title or the focus of a particular project, if that's what your question is.
No, that was it. So we could actually end up with $200,000, possibly $100,000 for each?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Just looking for some motions, or, okay, sorry, Councillor Fadeev. Oh, sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll make the motion for option one, so that we look for both of these, and maybe next year we'll have three of them.
Okay, you want to make a motion on both of them, or just the first?
It is number one. It is for, there's two of them in there, so, yeah.
All right.
Mr.
Yeah, go
Reeve,
ahead.
through to council, just a point of clarification when we talk about the trajectory of what's going on. We will identify that we're making this as a motion to make the grant application. At some time in the future, we'll have to come back and make another resolution with regards to the financial commitment to the projects as well.
Correct, yeah, that's for the extra 10,000 per application. Yes. Understood.
Yes, it's two separate motions, correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
All right, I thought so. Thank you, Councillor Fadeev, for making this motion that council supports the grant application to the government of Alberta Small Communities Opportunity Program for Community Consultation Project regarding rural economic development opportunities associated with development of one or more small nuclear reactors within the MD of Bonnyville. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Councillor Fadeev, would you like to make the second one as well?
Sure, my mic's on. Sounds good.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Fadeev, for making this motion that council supports the grant application to the government of Alberta Small Community Opportunity program for Canuso Ridge Resort Master Plan to continue the expansion of tourism facilities at Canuso Ridge Resort. Any discussion on that? Councillor Crick.
Yeah, so we're asking them for basically $90,000. We have to put in $10,000, and this is for a grant to come up with a master plan for what projects we want to build to expand Canuso Ridge. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I do have some concerns about this one, I guess, just as the hill is, it's subsidized, and we're not currently making anything off of it. I know that the goal would be ideal that we would, but it doesn't seem like we're really making anything off of any of our tourism facilities. So I'm not sure if it's, I get that it only cost us $10,000 to get the master plan done, but going forward, there could be potential extra costs. And I know we have the recreation plan there for the hill that says that we could be making a bunch of money, but I'm kind of skeptical of the whole idea myself, so.
All right, thank you. Councillor Fadeev, then Councillor Slipchuk.
Yeah, this is our only economic development driver that we have here. We don't have any hotels. We don't have any service stations in the MD. This is the only thing we should be supporting 110%, because this could, our operating costs could be reduced. I mean, we're municipalities are meant to lose money, but we can optimize on this and bring we've worked really hard for the last 7 years to put this on on the map. We've worked hard with ministries, with parks. Now we're actually getting they're actually listening now. When you have a site selector that is talking to Invest Alberta, and they're all excited about this opportunity to expand Canuso Ridge, and they're in Florida. We have their attention on this. We have to be, behind this. It's just that simple. And we all approved the master plan. We all did. When it came up, we all approved it, and this is just a continuation of it. And yeah, it's just it's exciting.
Mr. Reeve, if I may, respond to the initial question and Councillor Fadeev's response.
Councillor Slipchuk, is that okay? Because
Yeah,
you were next
no,
on.
I'm
Go ahead.
Just a point of clarity, the whole purpose here is to identify whether these opportunities that were recommended or provided in the initial study are going to hold water. The objective is to identify where the return on investment is best, and then we can take that information and use that to market to market our opportunities where we don't have to use speculation anymore, where we've taken the funnel of the $13 million worth of opportunities and identified perhaps the top three, and identified that there is an opportunity for businesses that would generate revenue for us. So just a point of clarity there, that it's not an academic exercise just to fill out an application form. It's actually to identify where our opportunities exist and then to market those opportunities.
Thank you. Councillor Slipchuk.
Yeah, I want to say, like Councillor Fidel mentioned, about 7 years worked on this and everything, but I know from the first year we got on, the cost was enormous compared to where we are now. So, like you got to say thank you to the administration for taking us to this point, and we just want to shut them down and stop them now. It's basically like you're saying, like we got to continue to invest in this, so we do get our return back on this and keep it in our community. Like we can't just shut it down. Like we've been improving every year since we've been on council, thanks to the administration and their skills. And no, we got to go forward with this.
Councillor Crick.
Yeah, thanks. I guess I agree 100% that I think the administration's done a great job. The staff at the ski hill has done a great job bringing the costs down and the revenue up. It still is a subsidized facility. As far as the Invest Alberta and the investment from Florida, I guess I'm not super familiar with that. Is that a private investor wanting to invest in the hill there, or what is that exactly?
Counselor Swager, can Counselor Fadea answer that?
Well, I want to kind of add to the same comment, so I'll maybe go first.
Okay, 1 second. Counselor Swaggart, then Counselor Fadea.
And so, yeah, the site selectors were pretty excited about Kinnasoo, and the one, there was Florida, but there was also an Alberta guy who just was ecstatic about the hill and said there's so much potential here. And he was looking at, accommodations and stuff on the hill too, because we don't have any, and that would be a big driver, I think. But yeah, so there was a couple of site selectors really excited about Kinnasoo and, possible investment opportunities and stuff. So yeah, I think the study will kind of lead itself to sort of an end goal, I'm hoping.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Fadea.
Yeah, so with the, was a gentleman that represented, his company's called Select Global, and he's actually from Chicago. And he was up here, and they were very impressed with it also. He's been, since the day they left, they've been pushing the MD of Bonnyville. They've been pushing these services we have. And, for them, it was a fresh new look on Canusa Ridge. So when they were in Florida, they were at a selection, and Invest Alberta was out there representing Alberta, and they started talking about just a general coffee and conversation about Canusa Ridge. And so it was on Invest Alberta's radar. It was nothing new to them. They were excited about it, and they were also really pumped that a gentleman from, Select Global and from Chicago was promoting our area, and so there was mention, and I think they talked to Ms. Kienbaugh about it as well, and that this grant needed to get filled out, and it was imperative that they work with it. So yeah.
All right, thank you. Any last comments or discussion on this motion? Yes, go ahead.
Just to echo Councillor Fadeev's comments, we have, administration has spoken to 2 site selectors and Councillor Swagert's comments who have expressed interest and support for this project specifically. It is something that has evolved over the past couple of months, which is why it wasn't something that was discussed during our operation budget deliberations as a potential project. So that's why it's coming in kind of last minute as well. This grant opportunity fits well, and it does require a council motion for us to apply for it. It doesn't require council's financial commitment at this time, but if we are successful, we will be bringing this back, or Scott will be bringing this back to council. We're looking for that financial commitment portion.
Thank you. Councillor Slipchuk.
Yeah, I just want to make a few comments about how we've had provincial ministers come out there that have never been there and seen it, and they just were amazed with it, and they all comment like there's such huge opportunities here, and if we don't think, like say, hats off to Economic Development Department for going after this and continuing going and speaking with these people, keeping those doors of communication open, and possibly get this moving, because they're doing a great job, and we got to continue forward. It's not just going to come to us. You got to work for it.
Thank you. Any other discussion, gentlemen? Okay, I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Okay, I guess we're going to 9.3.1. Just before you start, I just want to compliment whoever put up all these decorations. I know it, I don't think it was any guys, because it's too well done. So thank you, whoever put this, or who, if you're in here, thank you. If not, pass it along, and I appreciate what you guys did. It looks very sharp. Thank you. What's that? Kelvin, did you do this?
I cannot confirm nor deny, but I do think they look very good as well.
Awesome. All right, go ahead, Mr. Bisbalko.
Good morning, Council.
Morning.
Today before you, we're presenting a request for tax penalty cancellation, and this is a request that complies with municipal policy. The MD policy number 1.011, property tax penalty cancellation policy, establishes a uniform and consistent approach for council to address the property tax penalty cancellation requests in the MD. When administration receives property tax cancellation requests for council's consideration, the requests are placed in one of two categories: requests complying with the criteria of policy 1.011 and requests not complying with the criteria of policy 1.011. 3 of the property tax cancellation requests submitted comply with policy 1.011. These requests are summarized in Appendix A. The property tax penalty cancellation MD policy number 1.011 and penalty cancellation administrative process flowchart are attached as Appendix B. Appendix C includes the cancellation requests. Reference to municipal legislation is Section 346 and 347 of the Municipal Government Act. The source of the cost and the source of funding of these cancellations, approval of this recommendation will result in a reduction of property tax allowance for doubtful accounts of $650.97. Council's decision will be communicated to the property owners through telephone calls and follow-up letters, which will probably be emails right now. Administration's recommendation that council approves the cancellation of tax penalties in accordance with municipal policy as follows. For tax roll number 610624-4002, which is the southwest of 24, 616 west of the 4th, of $277.17. Tax roll number 610235-1004, that's Plan 972-2101, Lot 1. Penalty cancellation amount of $256.04. Tax roll number 650215-2043, Plan 6236 MC, Block 4, Lot 1, penalty cancellation amount of $117.76. And council has the 3 options to consider.
Thank you. Councillor Swaggart.
Thanks for that. I'll make the motion, motion 1 to approve.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swaggart, for making this motion that council approves the cancellation of tax penalties in accordance with the municipality policy as followed. The tax roll numbers before you, there's 3 of them. Councillor Fadeev, any discussion? Councillor Fadeev, then Councillor Crick.
Yeah, I just want to thank administration for this great policy that we had, that there's no questions about this. It's clear for us. Did go over there, and they're all clerical errors. Just makes total sense, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crick.
Yeah, I'm all in favor of canceling these ones. I just wondered why they were received in January and February. I wonder why they're being brought to us so late, and why the residents are having to wait this long to find out if their penalties are being canceled or not.
Through the chair to Councillor Crick, good question. These 3 policies, these 3 requests were being considered to be used to bring back to council revision of this current policy to see if there was an opportunity to actually, by bylaw, have them canceled without presenting back to council. And that was something that was put on the books roughly late spring, early summer. But we pulled that process off once we get a new appointed CAO. We'll bring that back to the CAO to see if that's something to bring to council. These 3 were going to be used as the example of why it would be a good benefit. Otherwise, we would have brought them in earlier. The property owners know that they've been delayed, and we haven't had any negative feedback on that.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion, gentlemen? I am seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. On to 9.3.2.
Before council today is a requested levy and penalty cancellation, roll 6105-44-4004, Plan 142-5196, Block 1, Lot 4. The Property Tax Department received a request from the Bonnyville Seventh-day Adventist Church on October 23rd, 2024, requesting that the tax levy from the 2022 tax year of $2,022.77 and subsequent penalties from 2022, 2023, and 2024 totaling $718.49 be canceled. Their request is based on the property should not have been liable for property taxes during the 2022 property tax period, as the property was used for their church services. The Municipal Government Act, MGA, Section 362(1)K states, property held by a religious body and used chiefly for divine services, public worship, or religious education, and any parcel of land that is held by the religious body and used as a parking area in connection with those purposes. Section 289(1)A of the MGA defines that the assessment roll must reflect the characteristics and physical conditions of the property on December 31st of the year prior to the year in which tax is imposed under Part 10 in respect of the property. So Part 10 is the property tax levy section of the Municipal Government Act. The property, as of December 31st, 2021, was not used chiefly for divine service. Assessor's notes in December 2021 was that the renovations for the church had not appeared to be started. The 2022 tax and assessment notice was sent out to the Alberta Conference of the Seventh-day Adventist Church head office. The local church was made aware of the outstanding levies in July of 2024. Section 368(2) of the MGA defines a taxable property or part of a taxable property becomes exempt if A, the use of the property changes to one that qualifies for the exemption. Section 368(3) of the MGA states, if the taxable status of the property changes, a tax imposed in respect of it must be prorated so that the tax is payable only for part of the year in which the property, or part of it, is not exempt. Any prorated changes is reflected in the assessment roll as a change during the tax year. The change occurred. So all this section basically states is, even if, as of December 31st of the year prior to the tax year, it's exempt, if during the tax year it flips to be exempt use from taxable, there's another section that says during the tax year there can be an adjustment, a prorated adjustment to say from whatever day it qualifies as being exempt, we now exempt it from that portion to the end of the year, and there's an adjustment on the assessment roll. So there is certain times where during the tax year, if the use changes, the tax rate can be adjusted or prorated to partial exempt or partial taxable. That's what that paragraph is talking about. The head office did not contact the assessment department regarding the issue in the 2022 tax year as part of the assessment appeal process. Therefore, no partial exemption was made on the assessment roll for the subject property in 2022. The property assessors made the assumption that the property would be used chiefly for divine service, public worship, or religious education sometime prior to December 31st of 2022 for exemption from taxes for the 2023 tax year, which would be the following year. On November 26, 2024, Mrs. Lukinek let the assessment department know that their first church service was held on May 7th of 2022. Section 347(1)B of the MGA states, if a council considers it equitable to do so, it may, generally, or with respect to a particular taxable property, do one or more of the following, with or without conditions, cancel or refund all or part of a tax. So we've referenced MGA, a couple of sections there already that I read. The cost and source of the funding. Approving a cancellation of taxes and penalties will result in a reduction of the allowance for doubtful accounts to the value defined by council. Council's decision will be communicated to the property owners through telephone call and email, because we can't do letters right now. Administration's recommendation is that council denies the request to cancel the 2022 tax levy and penalties in 2022, 2023, and 2024 totaling $2,741.26 for Plan 142-5196, Block 1, Lot 4, Roll 610504-004. There are the three options for council to consider, so now I wait for council's questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Yeah, Councillor Swaggart.
It's probably a straightforward one, but they were paying taxes though in 2023 and 2024 with no issues?
Through the chair to Councillor Swaggart, 2022 was the levy. 2023 tax year, it was exempt from taxation.
Okay, sorry, because they were using it as a church, so that was fine.
Correct, correct.
It seems it took them a bit too long to straighten that out, and our assessors did what they had to do, and so there's about 5 months there where they weren't using it as a church in 2022.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Swaggart, I did some math to see what would have happened if we would have been contacted in 2022 by their head office and let us know when their first date was. And there would have been roughly just over 65% of the 2022 year would have been exempt had they let us know then.
Councillor Crick.
So if they had let us know 65% would have been exempt, and then there wouldn't, as long as they had to pay the first part, there wouldn't have been any penalties.
Through the chair to Councillor Crick, that's correct.
Okay, and then their first service was in May of 2022, so that's from May on is when they would have been exempt.
That's correct.
And they had to do the notes from our assessor said that they had, by the end of the year in 2021, they hadn't noticed any renovations started yet. But if their first service was in May, then they would have had to start the renovations, obviously, at some point before May to have their first service in May. So would the exemption start from the day of the first service or from when the renovations started?
Through the chair to Councillor Crick and to all of council, the way the Municipal Government Act is defined is that once the property is shown that it's chiefly used for religious purposes, at the time that they bought it and through to renovations, the property wasn't ready to be used chiefly for services. Therefore, that period of time would not have qualified for the exemption. Okay. So from January to May 6th, whatever was there, the assessment would have been taxed. And then from May 7th to the end of the year would have been exempt.
So if someone was to, if a church was to go out and buy a piece of property to build a church on it, would they be paying taxes all through the construction phase?
Through the chair, yes, unless they were showing that there was some other method by which on that property they were actually already holding services, and it would only be that portion that was being used chiefly for being held for services, and the parking lot with it.
I guess I just wonder if the purpose of if they're renovating it for services, then is that not the purpose of what the building's being used for already, is for the religious services?
Through the chair to all of council, sometimes these definitions for qualification to be exempt or not falls in that gray area. Once it's chiefly used, it's a clear binary, yes, it's exempt. That process by which they're getting the property ready to use it doesn't fit the definition of is being chiefly used for. Right now, the property is being prepared to then be able to use the property chiefly used for. So it falls into this area of how do we interpret that one section of the Municipal Government Act. So the way it's been interpreted, they aren't using it chiefly for services. Therefore, it doesn't meet the qualifications of exemption. But once they held their first service, if they would have let us know, they would have had 65% of that levy exempt in 2022, which is about $1,300.
Counselor Swaggart?
So can you just clarify again, so it wasn't the local church that you were kind of having the communications with, it was some kind of head office or something you're talking about that?
Through the chair to Councillor Swaggart, correct. When the property was purchased, when we get the land titles, the assessed person is the person who is on title. So that went back to the head office. So the head office didn't communicate or back and forth with the local, I don't know if it's an office or local chapter, but there didn't appear to be any of that communication. They weren't aware of it, the locals, until 2024.
All right, Counselor Kraviak?
Yeah, thank you, Kolinsky. I don't know, this is for a church and all those sections you mentioned and stuff. I just I want to make a motion to cancel this request for the church and make motion option number 2. Whatever council thinks.
Is this your motion here? Is this your motion?
Cancel the penalties? Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Counselor Kraviak, for making this motion. The council approves the request to cancel the 2022 tax levy and penalties in 2022, 3, and 4 totaling $2,741.26 for Plan 1425196, Block 1, Lot 4, Roll 610504400, 004. Any discussion? Counselor Fadeev, then
Yeah.
Counselor Swaggart.
Yeah, thank you. I just wish that the head office was a little more accountable to their members as well. This could have easily been dealt with if they would have called our assessment office and said, hey, try to mitigate it. But then to just put it on the local members' lap is just kind of not very accountable on their part.
Thank you, Counselor Swaggart. Sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead again. Yep, go ahead.
The same comment, it's disappointing to hear that they had to wait like almost 3 years to let us know anything. And I kind of think there should be a little bit of a penalty there, so that's just my comment. Maybe it's that we charge them the 40% or something, but to let it drag on and then come and ask for everything free, I'm not sure.
Through the chair to Councillor Swaggart and to all of council, part of the calculation that I have here is what would have happened if they would have let us know in 2022. The original 2022 levy was $2,022.71. With about 65% of the year would have been exempt, there would have been a lowering of that $2,022 tax bill by $1,319. If the remaining portion of $703.72 was left on as a levy in 2022, the penalties on that $703 until it was paid up fully would have been $971.01 outstanding. So right now, the total request for cancellation is $2,741.26. That was for all of the 2022 tax year and all the penalties in 22, 23, and 24. If we remove the $971.01 for that January to May 6th, that they did qualify for taxes and all of the penalties on that portion of the levy, the cancellation would be $1,770.25. So that would be the total of the May 7th to December 31st, 2022 tax year levy. and penalties that were applied up until 2024. That would have totaled a cancellation of $1,770.25.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Crick, and then Counselor Slipchuk.
Yeah, I think I agree with Councillor Kriviak's motion here that we just cancel the whole thing. It's kind of a bit of a gray area how you interpret the MGA on this. And if they were renovating it then for religious services, then I would say it was used for religious services. So either way, I'm in support of Councillor Kriviak's motion. If we want to go with the 40%, I'll support that after, but we'll vote on this one first.
Counselor Slipchuk.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Counselor
Swagger.
Sorry. Anyway, because
The guy to my left.
this is this is
I do it all the time, Donnie, so don't feel bad.
Like this is they made the mistake. Like if this was private corporation, would you allow to? Because there was miscommunication between certain field office or corporate office, or I don't know. You make a mistake, you gotta pay for it.
Counselor Crick.
So I don't know if it's quite as much a miscommunication as a misunderstanding. They probably figured they were exempt from taxes because it was for a church.
Yes, Counselor. Oh, sorry, I got Counselor Fadea first, then Counselor Slipchuk.
I don't,
Oh, sorry, cut you off. Go ahead.
I don't think it was, so the head of the church deals with a lot of churches. They get this kind of stuff all the time. And when you get a letter from the MD talking about a levy or cancellation, it's not just somebody that is there just as a voluntary board member. I'm just saying that it's unfair for the local church to get that, right? So it's up to, it's their corporate, wherever it is in Edmonton, that should have caught that. But I'm still in favor of it, but I'm just saying there's got to be some accountability on the board's part.
Like Councillor Crick, you mentioned that they thought they were exempt. I'm pretty sure they know the rules and regulations, what exempts them for tax-free status as a church.
All right, any other discussion? Just a question. Would the local church would be paying these penalties, not the main?
Through to all of council, I believe the local chapter came to pay all of it this year, so they paid everything in full. I'm not aware whether that is from their head office or the local church paid it. That part I don't know.
Okay, because they can go back, because it's not really their fault, but they could go back to the body, wherever it is in Edmonton or wherever, the main, and they can say, hey, this is what happened, and they can collect back from them as well. You'd think if it's their mistake, why would the local church have to pay for it? But somebody has to pay for it. Any other discussion? All right, I'll call for the vote. This is defeated. Would someone like to make another motion? Councillor Kraviak?
Okay, I'll make another motion. The request was $1,770.25 to be.
2,000.
Through the chair to Council Kraviak, that's correct. $1,770.25.
To cancel that penalty.
Correct. That would reflect from May 7th to the end of 2022 and all of the tax penalties for that portion up to current.
Okay, I'll make that motion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Kraviak, for making this motion that council approves the request of to cancel the 2022 tax levy penalties in 2022, 3 and 4 totaling $1,770.25 for Plan 1425196 Block 1 Lot 4 Roll 6 105044004. Any discussion on this, Counselor Crick?
Yeah, just think that we should probably have added in there the taxes from their May of their first service to the end of the year, because this is just the penalties that's being canceled. Oh no, 1,700. Sorry, I misread that wrong. I thought it was 1,100 up there. Okay, sorry.
It's okay. Any other discussion, gentlemen? I'm not seeing any. I'm going to call for the vote. This is carried. Thank you.
Thank you, council. Have a good day.
Thank you, too. Have a great day yourself. On to 9.4.1.
Good morning and Merry Christmas, Council.
Morning. Merry Christmas to yourself as well.
I have here an RFD for the Riverland Recreational Trail Society request for permit fees funding. Administration was sent an email from Riverland Recreational Trail Society requesting the MD cover the cost of permit fees associated with some informational signage to the Beaver River Trestle, and that's in Appendix A. This request has the MD responsible for a cost of $946.32 initially and a permit fee of $300 every 5 years. The request letter indicates the cost and classification of recommended signs, which are tourism informational bylaw. A previous email from the Riverland Recreational Trail Society indicated that the municipalities have been responsible for all bylaw signs on the trail, and Riverland has been responsible for directional, informational, and interpretive signage. The bylaw signs, highlighted in Appendix A, are part of the MD's responsibility under the Northeast Municore Limited Agreement. The permit fees for the two signs that Riverland wants the MD to pay for, $640 initially and $300 every 5 years, are outside of what the MD is responsible for, so administration is bringing this request back to council for direction. Additional correspondence from Riverland indicates that the cost of the highway sign and installation will be covered by the province, so there is no additional cost for the MD outside of what is requested. Section 5.5 of the Northeast Municore Limited Agreement states that any additional operational cost be a proportionate share by its members. As this is a nominal cost and administrative costs, to break down between the members would likely cost more than the MD's portion, administration would suggest that the MD pay the full cost of the initial permitting and renewals every 5 years. Reference to provincial legislation is the permit fees as per Alberta Transportation Fee Schedule. The cost of the bylaw signage would be from the Infrastructure Services 2024 operational budget. The initial permit fee can be paid out of the Infrastructure Services 2024 operational budget, and renewal fees to be paid out of the operational budget of that year. Communication strategy is through to Riverland Recreational Trail Society through email, and communication to the general public via the MD meeting minutes posted on the MD website. And it's the recommended action that Council approves the request by the Riverland Recreational Trail Society to cover the cost of the permit fees associated with signage along Highway 28 for the Iron Horse Trail in the amount of $640 to be funded from the 2024 operational budget, and furthermore, the Council approves paying the renewal fees for permits as required.
Thank you. Councillor Crick, and then Councillor Swigert.
Yeah. So I guess I'm not in favor of us paying these costs. It is a smaller amount compared to our budget. But if Section 5.5 of the Municore Agreement states that any additional operating costs are to be shared by the members, then you'd think they would have an accounting system where they just share all those costs every year. So I really don't see how that would be a huge administrative burden. So I'll go ahead and make motion for option number 2.
Okay, thank you, Counselor Crick, for making this motion. The council denies the request by Riverland Recreation Trail Society to pay permit fees associated with erecting signage along Highway 28 for the Iron Horse Trail. Any discussion, Counselor Swigert, then Counselor Fadeev?
Yeah, I'm just glad this finally got to council. We've been kind of asking on Municor for years to get a sign up on the Highway 28 that directs people to the trestle. So this is that request for those signs. And so I'd love to see council spend a few bucks there and get the signs put up on the highway to direct folks to that trestle. And then to share it with other communities along the trail. It's really it's in our municipality. So I'm not sure why you'd want to share that cost with Smoky Lake or whatever. They've got their own signs that direct people to that, to their areas on the trail. So I'm totally in favor of this. So, yeah.
Thank you, Counselor Fadeev.
Yeah, just a question to either Mr. Spelko or to Councillor Swigert. So is every municipality taking care of the same request that we have in front of us here? So is St. Paul taking care of St. Paul's ask? I mean, it totally makes sense that if it's on under MD land or jurisdiction, not as the MD land because it's Crown land, but are we all paying for our own?
Through the chair, I can't answer that because I don't know what requests have been made from Unicor to the other municipalities for signage. So I could not answer that. Maybe somebody on the committee would know if requests for funding would have come into the MD. At this point, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Crick, yeah, and then Counselor Swigert.
Yeah, I guess if the agreement, like you're asking, the Council Fadeev is asking, if other municipalities aren't paying, then we shouldn't either. If they are, I have no problem with us paying the $940. But if we do pay the $940, then the agreement's not the right agreement, and the agreement should be looked at and adjusted appropriately accordingly, I guess.
Just sorry to interrupt. Just for a point of clarification, the 940 is not. They're looking for 640 because there are some signage that we are required through the Municor agreement. We are required to put up some bylaw signage, which is the 66, the 120, and the 120. So the remainder of it would be 640 is what they're asking for, which is outside of the agreement.
So up in your right up there on the discussion on benefits, disadvantages, and options, second paragraph, it says the Riverland Trail Society wants the MD to pay for $640 initially and $300 every 5 years. Okay, so the 300 is the 640 covers the first 5 years.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's $640.
That's correct.
But either way, if the Riverland Trail Society is approaching every municipality to ask them to cover the cost of signs in their area, which makes sense, then the agreement should be changed, and we should request them to change the agreement, I guess.
Okay, but it's still $640.
Yeah, it's not a lot of money, but it's just,
okay.
Why are they asking? If we have an agreement, why not follow the agreement?
Okay. Yeah, Councillor Swigert?
Yeah, I was just going to talk a little bit about like the agreements. I guess the big hit to all the municipalities along the trail was when the trestle was burnt. It's in our municipality and the city of Cold Lakes municipality, but in that case, because it was such a big expense, they requested funding from all the municipalities based on how much trail they have in their area. The MD actually has a fair amount more trail than some of the smaller places, but yeah, they all, for the signage and stuff, they're paying for their own signs. It's not a big deal, and they just pay for it. So I don't have an issue with it. And like I said, we've been trying to get a sign up there forever, and finally it's here. So.
All right, any other discussion on this motion? Okay, I'm seeing none. I'm going to call for the vote. Okay, this is defeated. Looking for another motion, gentlemen. Councillor Swigert.
So I'll make that alternate motion. It's option 1, that we actually fund the signage.
Okay, thank you. I'll wait for it to come up. Thank you, Councillor Swaggart, for making this motion. The council approves the request by Riverland Recreation Trail Society to cover the costs of a permanent fees associated with the signage along Highway 28 for the Iron Horse Trail in the amount of $640 to be funded from the 2024 operating budget. And furthermore, the council approves paying the renewal fees for the permit as required. Any discussion on this motion? Okay, I'm not seeing any. I'm going to call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. We have addition 9.4.2.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. This RFD is for grant application for a water and sanitary service supply feasibility study. At the 2024 budget deliberation meeting, a capital project for water and sanitary feasibility study for supply to the airport and Aurora Borealis subdivision was added as a budget item for a total cost of $50,000. Administration is pursuing a Northern and Regional Economic Development Program, NRED grant, to partially cover the cost of the feasibility study. If the grant application is successful, less of the capital budget money will be used. If the grant application for the study is rejected, the study can still proceed with the budgeted funds. The purpose of the Northern and Regional Economic Development Program is to enhance economic conditions and leverage regional resources to build capacity for sustainable economic development and diversification. It provides an opportunity for communities to work with partners to identify and allocate resources to a promising area of regional economic development. And that was an excerpt directly from the Government of Alberta website. The NRED grant is up to 50% of the cost of the project, which administration estimates at $50,000. Reference to the strategic plan is Goal 1, building a viable and diversified regional economy. Objective, airport commercial subdivision. And objective, water and sewer expansion to targeted areas specific to economic development requirements. Reference to provincial legislation is the Northern and Regional Economic Development Guidelines for grant application. Funding is contained in the 2025 capital budget. Communication would be posted council minutes via the MD website, and it's administration's recommended action that council approves submitting a provincial grant application for the Northern and Regional Economic Development Program in the amount of $50,000 for a feasibility study for the supply of water and sanitary service to the MD Airport and Aurora Borealis Industrial Subdivision.
Thank you. Councillor Fadeev and Councillor Swaggart.
Thanks. So in regards to the study, are we just concerned about Aurora, or are we concerned about, I guess, from our shop going west as well? There's a lot of subdivisions, industrial subdivisions there. Would the scope entail all of those and possible future development off of Highway 660 on the south side and the north side of 55 and the airport as well?
Through the chair to Councillor Fadeev, the purpose of the feasibility study is to look at all the options. I would suggest that attaching or taking off of the line that goes to the MD shop currently is not viable because it's not a big enough line. I would suggest that that line would likely come from 41 going north off of the regional line, or perhaps if the town has a line big enough to go that far. However, the study would look at all options. So to answer your question, that would all be encompassed in this study to see what the best and most feasible option is to get water out to Aurora Borealis and the airport, as well as what can it service going to the end location, and potentially further on, like sizing it so that, you know, further development could happen.
Yeah, thank you. Because that's kind of one of my concerns was, you know, we're going to build this line and then in 5 to 10 years from now, they're going to say, well, it's not big enough for the next phase. But yeah, thank you for that.
Through the chair, that's exactly it. We're not looking at, we just want to service this one location. We're looking at a feasibility study for this location and future expansion as well.
Yeah, being so close to the town, you know, we're gonna miss being, you know, being competitive if we don't have water and sewer, so, okay, thank you.
Okay, Counselor Swigert, then Counselor Slip, oh, you're done? Okay, Counselor Swigert?
Thanks, Mr. Reeve. I'm just, would wonder also, would this study look at applying for grant funding? There's grant funding out there for some of these programs. When do we actually start looking at that, or can we make it part of the study?
Through the chair, feasibility studies typically have a section in it of funding. If there is something available, it will be just like we did with the feasibility study to Cherry Grove for water. There was a section in there for funding availability. At that time, there was none available for government funding, but there would be a section in there, possible or potential funding options, yes.
Counselor Slipchuk?
Yeah, I believe this is something we have to go forward on to for the future development of our community. And like he says, it's a broad scope. They'll look at all options and for future development and everything, keep that in mind. So I think it's good to be prepared and look to the future.
You like to make that motion then?
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll make a motion for option 1, please.
All right, thank you, Counselor Slipchuk, for making this motion. The council approves submitting a provincial grant application for the Northern and Regional Economic Development Program in the amount of $50,000 to complete the feasibility study for the supply of water and sanitary services to the MD of Bonneville Regional Airport and, sorry about that, Aurora Boreal Industrial Subdivision. Any discussion on this motion, Counselor Fadeev?
Yeah, thanks. I think when we have the study, we can actually go ask, Minister of Transportation, Devin Grecian, he's the one that provides the grants. So once we have the study and they ask, then we can do that. But I think the study comes first, so I'm excited about that.
All right, thank you. Counselor Slipchuk?
And then I think we could also look and maybe get funding from Governor Trudeau, as elect President Trump calls him now.
Okay. Any other discussion on this motion? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you,
Brad.
Council.
All right, we're going to take a break. Good afternoon once again. I'm going to convene this meeting. We're going to 9.5.1 for the Chief AO.
Good afternoon. So this morning or this afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have bylaw number 1881, municipal elections bylaw for second and third reading. Council gave first reading to bylaw number 1881 on November 26th, as recommended by the Committee of the Whole. Bylaw number 1881 will repeal and replace bylaw number 1662 and any amendments, as well as bylaw number 606. Some of the changes with the new proposed bylaw include removal of reference to expired regulations, enhanced broader definition of election, streamlining election preparations and clarity of voting procedures, addition of clearly defined requirements following the death of a candidate, and additionally, removing any reference or procedure relating to the use of tabulators and electronic voting systems. Attached for your review is Appendix A was bylaw number 1881. Appendix B and C are the bylaws that are to be repealed by bylaw number 1881. And today we're just looking for second and third reading of the bylaw.
Thank you. Councillor Crick.
I'll move second reading.
All right, thank you, Councillor Crick, for making this motion that bylaw number 1881 municipal elections bylaw being a bylaw of the Minnesota District of Bonneville number 87 to establish the rules and procedures for the conduct of the municipal election to be given second reading. Any discussion? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for the vote. What? That's carried. Looking for third reading, please. Yes, Councillor Fideo, thank you for making this motion that bylaw number 1881 be given third reading. Any discussion, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. On to 9.5.2.
So next we have bylaw number 1882, municipal election voting stations bylaw for the 2025 municipal election. So historically, the MD of Bonneville has addressed, Section 38 of the Local Authorities Elections Act allows council to pass a bylaw by June 30th of a year in which a general election is to be held, allowing the returning officer of the elected authority to designate more than one voting station for each subdivision and the location of those voting stations for that election. Historically, the MD of Bonneville has addressed this through the general election bylaw, however, recently received feedback from Municipal Affairs specifying that this bylaw under Section 37 of the Act should be separate from a general election bylaw and specific to each individual election. As such, administration has taken this out of the general election bylaw and drafted bylaw number 1882 as a standalone bylaw pertaining specifically to the 2025 municipal election. Council gave first reading to this bylaw on November 26th, and today administration is just looking for second and third reading.
Thank you. Someone like to make the motion? Deputy Reeve?
I'll make the motion, but I'll just make a comment that, I was able to spend a couple days in the Shaw House the other day, and I was glad that I was able to see that there's more than enough room for election booths in the upstairs there, so that was good to see.
Yep. All right, thank you for making that motion, Deputy Reeve Scarson. That bylaw number 1882 being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonneville, number 87, to establish authority for the designation of voting stations for the 2025 municipal election be given second reading. Any discussion on this motion? Yes, Councillor Swigert.
Thanks, Mr. Reeve. So Councillor Scarson just kind of made a statement. I think it's important that we kind of listen to that, though, because we had this discussion, and if we have no input into the voting stations, but we do have some kind of input as we can make the comments, and I think you've heard that. So I think a lot of council would be pretty disappointed if we didn't have a voting station where it was in previous years. So, I mean, I guess I'm okay with this, but I'm kind of not, because you can ignore everything we're saying, right?
So it is definitely our intention to work with the department on using the Shaw House. The way it's been explained to me is there's just no guarantees. They're not sure if there'll be any static displays in the interpretive center at that time. That may add to the challenge of putting a polling station in that building, but we're certainly working with the department to do everything we can for that to be the reality for sure.
So, Mr. Reeve, I'm just trying to understand, would it be in the basement, though, or would it, because I thought the basement was,
No, the upstairs.
well, either one, right? Or no, I'm not sure. The
Well,
basement
you
was
been in
pretty
the
big,
upstairs.
but,
You wouldn't want it in the basement, I don't think.
no. Well, I'd rather have it at least there than not at all, though. That's my point, I guess. So, anyway, thanks for that.
Any other comments on this discussion? No, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. Looking for third. Councillor Swigert, thank you for making this motion that bylaw number 1882 be given third reading. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Okay, that's carried. On to 9.5.3.
So the upcoming committee of the whole meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, December 17th, as per the meeting schedule established by council at the 2023 organizational meeting last October. Administration is proposing to cancel this meeting as there is currently no items on the agenda. It's at council's discretion. Our recommended action is that council approves the cancellation of the meeting.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion or discussion? All right, thank you, Councillor Crick, for making a motion that council approves the cancellation of the committee of the whole meeting scheduled for Tuesday, December 17, 2024 at 9 a.m. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. We're going to 6.1, 2025-27 operating budget and capital plan.
Good afternoon, Council.
Good afternoon.
Council Committee of the Whole conducted operating and capital budget deliberations on October 30th, 31st, and November 1st of 2024. And they completed deliberations on November 1st. During those sessions, committee directed administration to make several adjustments, which have been incorporated in the final documents attached as Appendix A, 2024 to 2027 operating budget, pardon me, and Appendix B is the 2024 to 2027 capital plan. Council also discussed this RFD on November the 26th, 2024, where this item was tabled. So I need a motion from council to lift this from the table.
Councillor Slipchuk.
I'll make a motion to lift this from table.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Slipchuk, for making this motion that item 6.12025-2027 operating budget and the 2025-2027 capital plan update be lifted from the table. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you. So approval of an operating budget and a capital plan provides administration with clear direction and the authority to conduct the business of and provide services to the municipality on behalf of council. Failure, failure to approve an operating budget and a capital plan will result in a legislated requirement to approve an interim operating budget and may delay commencement of required work for the upcoming year. Thank you. The attached appendices reflect the Council Committee of the Whole direction to levy a 5% general tax. This increase will result in an average residential tax increase of $72.76 per year. This recommendation aligns with Council's goal number 1 of building a viable and diversified regional economy. And as reference, the Municipal Government Acts, Section 242 and Section 245. This is the same report that Council received on November the 26th, and there has been one change made under cost and source of funding. The 2025 operating budget is $3,165,000, which equates to a 5% tax increase. And the 2025 capital plan did have an addition of $140,000 because we missed one of the motions of council during deliberations. And so the total amount for our capital plan this year is $18,887,934. Budget summaries will be posted on the MD's website. And so I do have some additional information that I just received this morning. Late last week, we received the assessment year modifiers from the provincial government. So Mr. Bespalko worked all weekend and he gave us a really quick estimate of the impact of those assessment year modifiers on this 2025 levy. And so the estimated increase in revenue is about approximately $1.6 million. This is a really rough estimate because it was done so quickly. And so administration would like to recommend at this time that we utilize $1 million of this revenue to reduce the 5% tax increase that would equate to about 1.6%. Down to 3.4%. So what I'm asking for today is that council approves the 2025 operating budget and the 2025 capital plan as presented in Appendixes A and B and include a $1 million reduction or increase to tax revenue. I'm happy to answer any questions or that you might have at this time.
Okay, thank you.
So the $1 million isn't reflected in what we're seeing here though, right? Like you're talking about just taking it off of nothing in reserves. You're just talking about adding it to general revenue, I guess.
Through the Reeve, that's correct. So this is revenue that we didn't expect, or we didn't know that we would be realizing at the time that budget deliberations were conducted. In fact, we've received these assessment year modifiers from the province earlier than what was anticipated. I wasn't expecting to see them till February or so. And so the very quick calculation does show that we will see an increase in revenue. And so my proposal is that we take advantage of that and utilize $1 million of it to increase revenue, and that would reduce the bottom line. So instead of the $3.165 million, you'd have a $2.165 million bottom line.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fadeev?
Yeah, great news. I'd like to thank Mr. Spelko for birding the midnight oil. Yeah, so thanks for that. And yeah, that looks good.
Yes, go ahead.
So when I look at this as well, under cash flow, reserve cash flow, the 5.49 million, is that from surplus from the year before? Like what is that addition? Remind me.
The cash flow reserve has a balance of $18,387,463.
Yeah, but I'm looking earlier where it says additions from 2024 January 1st.
Could be a number of things. I don't have that level of detail in front of me right now. Do you recall?
There was a transfer from the accumulated surplus into cash flow. I can go pull that council.
That's part of it, but.
That's part of it.
Yeah, part of it would be the 2023 surplus transfer.
Sure. Well, I guess I'll continue on since no one else has any questions. I mean, it's great news. I'm glad that you were able to do. Personally, I still feel it's not enough. And I've made some recommendations in the past. I guess we can narrow that down. But yeah, I would still like to see it in that 1.9 to 2.4 range, let's say. So we're obviously much closer now, which is good, so.
Councillor Kraviak?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Reeve. Yeah, Deputy Reeves Carson, with your numbers last time, you projected an increase of 1.94%, right? So if we take the $1 million that Ms. Walker was saying, take that off, you'll have less than 1% tax increase. That's my comment.
Councillor Swaggart?
And I know you're being kind of prudent with the 1 million. You said it was probably 1.6 million. Was that what you thought it could have been?
Through the Reeve, that is the rough estimate, yes.
Okay, and that's just based on assessment, increases in assessment predicted, right?
Through the Reeve, that's based on the assessment year modifiers that the province sends us every year and impacts industry assessments.
Yeah. So, I mean, we could go take the 1.6 off instead of 1, but.
So at the end of the day, just remind me, so let's say in April or whenever you do your assessments, and it does prove to be 1.6, but we've already made the commitment to whatever it was, 3.4 that you said. Does that get adjusted again then, or is it just now become more revenue into the cash flow, I guess?
So through the Reeve, you could do a couple of different things in April when the assessments are finalized, and with the tax rate bylaw, you could either adjust this overall tax increase at that point in time, or you could utilize those funds to fund some additional capital project that arose that you felt was important to fund. So
it really it doesn't have any kind of direction until we provide it, is that right? Or is it?
That's
correct. It will go into cash flow until, if nothing else happens, is that fair?
No, we would, through the Reeve, we would be asking council to make a decision on what they wanted to do with those additional monies.
But the surplus from last year will go into cash flow regardless.
Through the Reeve, yes, as per policy. Any operating surpluses for the year are transferred to cash flow reserve.
All right.
Councillor Slipchick, then Councillor Crick.
Yeah, so this, if we did go forward with this 5% increase proposed, that would, and we do get the extra funds next year, couldn't we use those extra funds then and keep this 5% proposal? And those extra funds could be used to complete some of the projects that have not been completed and put on delay, like the paving of that Highway 610, I think it is, road. Because I know we put that on hold. There's other things could be done at the airport. And instead of just worrying about tax rate, like everything's going up and we need these things. And the longer we know for a fact that every time we delay something, when we get the next quote, goes up every time. So we're just gonna prolong the pain, or I don't know.
So through the Reeve, that is not an uncommon practice within municipalities to show tax growth, to utilize tax growth to fund projects exactly as Councillor Slipchuk expressed. It's something that other municipalities do, but it's entirely council's decision, whether it be 5% or 3.4% or some other number, that's council's decision to make.
Can I just ask you a question about that? So are you proposing that we'd put money aside for so many years to do the project, or to get the project done kind of thing? Because that's like a six miles, I don't know what shape the road's in. I don't think it's our road. Is that our?
It's our road.
Is that our road? Which road are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about the Muriel Lake Road across, okay. So it's about $1 million a mile to.
Well, it's about $7.5 million to do the 3 miles.
So you're just projecting to put money away every year kind of thing, or what are you projecting? No, sorry. You're on, go ahead.
Okay, what I'm projecting is that thinking about this, like that project was planned previous council, I believe. It's for future development, which we know is going on. We're on the industry liaison committee where they're promoting more projects going out that way. That would be a benefit for the future and going forward. And when you start a project, well, then we should make sure we fulfill that scope right to finish and be prepared for it. But now we did it last year, and now we're just put it in la land and not continue it forward. And every year we postpone things, it goes up and up and up. And while I'm on, I got another question if I can ask.
Yeah.
So this if we went with the 5% today, is that etched in stone, or come springtime, we can fudge those numbers?
Through the Reeve, in April, when you get the tax rate bylaw, you will have another opportunity to determine the overall tax increase. And you will also have a clear idea of how much revenue this assessment year modifier has
impacted our
realized.
budget, yeah.
Yeah, and so you'll be in a position where you can make a better decision about whether you want to reduce the tax impact, or whether you want to utilize those funds on a capital project or some other purpose at that point in time.
All right, thank you, Councillor Crick, then Councillor Slipchuk.
Yeah, I kind of agree with what Councillor Slipchuk is saying about it might be prudent to just leave it at the 5%, but we don't really have to decide the tax rate right now. We just approve the budget, and then the tax rate will come later on. But I'm not understanding this assessment modifier how that's giving us another $1.6 million.
So through the Reeve, the provincial government establishes an assessment year modifier, and Cal's still in the room, so I'll get him to come and explain it.
I'd get him to come and explain it too.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Afternoon.
Okay, so how much time do I have to explain this?
A minute.
A minute? Okay.
2-minute version then.
I've mentioned to council numerous times that on the regulated assessments, not market value, which include machinery and equipment, it's a big chunk of our assessment, including linear, wells and pipeline. We get costs, and then it gets adjusted every year based on the assessment year modifier, then it gets depreciated based on age, and then this other Schedule D obsolescence like we've been impacted with. So every year we get this modifier for the assessment year modifier. So this year, when the new modifiers have come out for wells and pipelines, electric power, telecommunications, cable, machinery and equipment, railway property we don't have, they give us this year's assessment year modifiers to take the cost from back in, I believe it's 2004, all the way up to current. So they compare, they give us what last year's assessment year modifier was and this year's assessment year modifier, okay? So the province gives us this year's modifier, what last year's was, and the percentage increase. So for example, the assessment of wells based on this new assessment year modifier is increasing everything that was there last year, increasing the assessment 5%. Okay, so whatever that assessment is, increase it 5% because the cost is going to increase 5% on the assessment. So the cost times the assessment year modifier, which if I take what our assessments is this year, increase it by 5%, boom, that's our new assessment number. And then we have to remove the depreciation. In things like wells and pipeline, there's already a set depreciation. It doesn't get lower and lower based on how old it is. It's just one number, and that's what it is. So this assessment year modifier for wells is taking the cost and increasing it to 1.659. Last year, it was 1.576, so it's a 5% increase. So all I do is I take the total well assessment we have this year, increase it by 5%, and then add a depreciation on there, which for wells I put zero because there's no depreciation based on age, and then calculate what the taxes would be and compare it to before adding the 5%. So the wells is actually $800,000 in increase in taxes if the tax rate remains the same. Did I do it in a minute?
No, but it's fine. Sorry, just to go expand on that, did you have to add all these wells that were in this 3-year hiatus, or?
No, because the budget up to now, every year when we've done this for quite a few years, is we budget based on the numbers that we know now. And then, as Susan has mentioned, once the tax rate bylaw comes with all of the assessments, that at that point in time, then council gets to see what the estimated revenues are if we keep the tax rates the same. And then that discussion becomes, like Susan had mentioned, you know, what do you do with that excess? Do you use that excess to fund that increase, i.e. drop the tax rates?
Yeah, but
that all happens in.
Yeah, I get it, but I'm saying, you know, come January 1st, the 3-year probation or whatever period is done. So now, how are you going to calculate for all these wells that have been drilled in this
So
time?
we will get the new assessment, the whole new assessment roll in, I believe the linear will be out probably middle of January, latter part of January. At that time, we'll now be able to take a look at the linear roll, which will include those, and we'll now know how much has that been impacted by that 3-year moratorium.
So that's not in any calculations that you've done at all then right now?
No, because everything we do is based on what we know we've actually booked this year. I did mention this one time before, during this budgeting process. I believe it was 2017, when assessment year modifiers, they proposed them to go up quite a bit, and some councils budgeted for that big assessment year increase. And then the province adjusted those assessment year modifiers down. There was a number of municipalities that were now in huge shortfalls. We've always tried to make sure, book on what we know for next year, and then if there's any new stuff that comes on, it is easier to have a little bit more and decide what to do than, like you asked me before, am I good or am I lucky in estimating? And
so then, here's a question. Why don't we build a budget right now that is just a zero increase, like in general I'm speaking, and then decide all this when we actually have known numbers in front of us in the spring?
Through the chair to Council Scarson, are you saying zero meaning what we booked for revenues and taxes this year, and that's all you budget for, or book based on.
Well, I'm just saying, why do we have to decide a rate increase or decrease or whatever right now? When it comes spring, there's so many factors that could end up changing it anyways.
It's true, but in order to, through the chair, in order to accomplish a 0% tax increase, we would need to either increase revenues or decrease expenditures. So we've provided a budget to council that had estimated revenues and estimated expenditures. Our tax revenues, we estimated the same as last year. So we would have to artificially increase either those tax revenues or decrease expenditures. And in order to come up with $3.1 million, you would have service reductions.
Well, you wouldn't, when you're already putting $14.5 million into reserves, it'd be quite easy to just say, I mean, these numbers are all arbitrary anyways. I mean, you don't even, like some of these numbers, we don't know exactly where they even came from, right?
So a budget is built on a number of different factors. So people don't just sit down and write down numbers and that's the budget. There's some analysis and some thought given to whether those numbers are reasonably accurate. And so we take past history and we analyze based on inflationary factors, and we analyze based on real data that we're getting from our partners, like our power company and our gas company. So those numbers, although they are estimates, I'll grant you that, they're educated estimates. So there's some assurance that they'll be pretty accurate. Where the uncertainty comes in is, you know, what impact is our weather patterns going to have on snow removal, for instance. So all we can really do is estimate based on prior history trends and go forward from there. So although a budget is a best guess at what revenues we'll realize and what expenditures we'll incur, it's an educated guess. It's not just a number pulled out of the air.
Yeah, but it just seems like we could just eliminate so much debate, because we will end up having this same conversation again in April, right?
Through the chair.
Well, I'm sure, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, you don't have to answer that, but I'm just saying you see where I'm coming from, right? Because it sounds like there's gonna be so many different modifiers that could adjust this surplus, this assessment model. I mean, who knows where the houses will be then, right? Like, that's still 4 or 5 months down the road, so anyways.
Councillor Sipchik, you still on or you're off?
No, I'm still
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Calvin, so, I know where everybody's excited, you see all this drilling going on, we'll have all this extra taxes we hoping to come in, but abandoned wells would affect that assessment too, if they abandon a number of wells, which I've heard is gonna be happening with a couple clients in the area?
Through the chair to all of council, the wells are assessed when they're connected and operational. When they're shut off, they're not assessed anymore. So some of these abandoned wells may be wells that are already shut off and not on our assessment roll. Some may be operational and assessed and now being shut off and abandoned. This is why this assessment roll, it's easy to book on the revenue we know now, because there's too many variables. In our municipality, the majority of our taxes come from that sector. So those abandoned wells could already not be on our assessment roll. They may have already been shut off. Or if they're on and shut off, then we'll see those accounts go to zero for assessments.
All right, Councillor Fadeev.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, I might have cut off Councillor Swigert though. But
Yeah, I think that was
thanks,
Councillor
Mr.
Swigert was
Reid.
first, yeah.
Yep, sorry about that, my fault.
Yeah, the well drilling taxes, I do want to dwell on a little bit. I think you would know, Kelvin, how much we've kind of lost over the last 3 or 4, I think it was 4 years from the well drilling taxes. And so, and there's more drilling now than there have ever been. Like, I've never seen so many pads and so many black tanks. So, like, like Councillor Scarson was saying, we're going to get more revenue from that, I guarantee it. I just wonder if there's any way at all that you can even, suggest what that may be.
Through the chair to Councillor Swigert, any number can be established and have data to support it. The question is how strong is that data to support it? For me right now, as I see some of the things that are happening, a lot of drilling that's happening, what's happening with that 3-year tax hiatus that's now coming back on the books. If I was to come up with a number, and that number ended up being considerably higher than what the actual is, what is the discussion at that time? Well, it may be something where we thought this was the number, now we have a problem where we anticipated like this, and now we have to drop. Right now, the budget that's sitting in front of council is a budget where there is potential upside. We don't know how much we can estimate, but that estimate is what do we benefit from it as opposed to seeing the actuals, come into February, early March, and we start seeing those numbers. Now we're dealing with concretes. That's why in past years, budgeting based on what we've already booked in the current year has always been a good starting point, because unless we know something is coming off the books huge to adjust it down, there's always a positive coming to council, or a higher likelihood of positive coming to council during the tax rate bylaw.
Councillor Fadeev and then Councillor Kraviak.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I mean, I've been looking at the province and seeing what kind of increases they're going through. I mean, all councils are pretty well having the same issues, inflationary, just keeping up with inflation. They're all struggling with the same questions, that we have. So across the board, it came up with about a 5.22% average increase. And so it's tough, right? I mean, we're looking at a $72 annual increase, which works out to be about $6, per month. We have some amazing services. We have 2 outdoor rinks that we keep getting serviced. We have a C2 center. We have BRFA for any. We don't complain about those things, and I think an extra $6 a month is well warranted for that increase. Any kind of extra monies that we get, we could put towards future projects, roads, Canusa Ridge expansion, all kinds of things. There's not a lack of money not a lack of projects that need funding. We missed the presentation today by the Glendon Ag Society. There's a big ask coming for that as well. And again, there's not a single month or a year that goes by that people aren't asking for money, and we're very forward to that, and we're really good with supporting them. For me, the way I look at it, I like the numbers. Will I be okay with doing this for an extra $6 a month? Absolutely.
Councillor Kraviak.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Yeah, I like Councillor or Deputy Reeve Scarson's comments. We have an extra 1.6 million, and if we take 1.5 billion from the ERP, we'll balance the budget. And then in April, when we have extra money, put it back to the ERP, and we have a 0% tax increase. Like, this is the MD of Bonneville. I don't care what other jurisdictions do. We do what we need to do. Thank you.
So
Yes, go ahead.
through the Reeve, if I may. So I've talked a little bit about financial sustainability before in front of council. And the MD is coming from behind in addressing the future infrastructure requirements for your community. I think that in the last 3 years, we've made some good progress moving forward in addressing what the needs will be going into the future. As we've had, at least the last 2 years, the cost of living has increased. Our CPI for 2023, or for 2022, was somewhere in the neighborhood of 6%. This current year, 2024, or 2023, sorry, was 2.7. So, and we're currently sitting around 1.8, depending on what source you look at. So, in order to just maintain current services and keep up with inflation, there is a responsibility to recognize that and build that into the cost requirements for the organization. If council has an appetite to look at different services and adjust those downwards, then that's another opportunity for council to make decisions on. But I would caution council that inflation hits us all, and there are cost implications to meeting those needs. And so sooner or later, you can't just keep going 0, 0, 0. At some point in time, you'll hit a wall, just like Soyuz did last year, and they had a 39% tax increase. So that's my caution to council.
Thank you, Councillor Slipchuk. Before that, I don't think we've been going 0, 0, 0 lately. What's our last taxes and?
The last tax increase was 2.1, was it? 2.1, but it was still less than, the cost of living increase.
Right, okay, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Councillor Slipchuk?
Yeah, so you said last year was 2.414 or whatever, less than cost of living. Yet we have all these projects that need to be done. We got these bridges that need to be fixed. We got one that just came recently on email that we should discuss and figure out what we're gonna do with. I don't know, like, we're just gonna pull money out of reserves and worry, but let the next council worry about it then, or I believe we should continue forward with what we want to do here. And we got another opportunity of another project that might be interested in a project in our area. We don't even know what's going to be entitled from us. They're going to want from us to make this project go forward. So I can't see why we don't go ahead with this 5%. And like Councillor Fidel said, for an average of $6 a month for the lower rate, but some higher ones it's going to be more. It's not just $6, but it's still a low rate to pay for have the services and all we have in this community. And because they raised taxes all through the previous years, I believe that's why we have some of these wonderful things like bike paths and all that stuff.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Councillor Crick?
Yeah, I thought maybe you were going to say something. Do you want to put my mic on before you're ready? So, option number 1 here for the motion says that council approves operating budget of $3,165,000.
That's 5%.
That's basically because there's a bunch of revenue coming in. There's about $58 million in tax revenue going in, and we need an extra $3,165,000 if we approve it as we've worked through it. Is that right?
Through the reef. So the 3.165 is the bottom line increase to expenditures and the result of the revenues that we expect to receive and the increased expenditures that we expect to pay out. So that is the requirement. And that's what generates the 5% tax increase.
Okay.
The difference between what we need and what we're getting.
Right.
So 3 million more, we budgeted 3 million more than what they expect to bring in.
Okay. Well, I'll make the motion for option 1 then, and we can discuss that and move forward.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Crick, for making this motion. That council approves the 2025 operating budget of 3165000 and the 2025 capital plan for 18887934 as presented in Appendix A and B attached to and forming parts of the meeting's minutes, including the addition of the estimated increases. Nope. It changed on me here. Okay, I'll start again. Move Councillor Crick that council approves the 2025 operating budget of $3,165,000 and the 2025 capital plan of $18,887,934 as presented in Appendix A and B attached to and forming parts of this meeting minutes. Any discussion on this? We'll start with Deputy Reeve, I think. And
Yeah, I mean, I'll echo what I said in the past, and I think that 5% tax increase is too high. I think that I could have gotten behind with the new information that Susan and her group shared with us today at the 3.4%, but I think 5% is just too high. And just to be able to have the ability to pad our reserves, I think our operating budget is funded regardless of a tax increase or not, so there's no worry about that. And even without an increase of zero, we would still be putting over $10 million into reserve funding. So to me, it's just ludicrous. I don't understand the logic behind it. So I'll be voting non-favor of a 5% tax increase, so.
thank you. Councillor Swaggart?
Yeah, it's basically the same comments. You know, Donnie Slipchuk just mentioned a bridge. I've talked to Councillor today about it. There's a bridge we need to fix, and if we're not going to do it because we're going to be told we have no money, you know, I don't want to increase taxes 5% and then say, we sorry guys, but we can't do these things. So I did like, you know, the comment about using the tax year modifier value and dropping that down to 3 point something. And I guarantee that well drilling taxes, we're going to get something from it because there's more wells than ever. Yeah, so I wouldn't support a 5% increase right now.
Councillor Kraviak?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Reeve. I agree with everything what Deputy Reeve Garson said. So this represents a 5% increase. So maybe that should be in the motion as well, that this represents a 5% increase.
Do you want to explain why he can't make exactly the same motion?
People need to know.
But it's his motion, so we have to.
Sorry, yeah.
So we can put that in there.
It's up to
We
the-
can put through the Reeve. Motions were made at the last meeting that were defeated, so that we can't use those exact same motions again. But we could include the 5%. That motion is different enough that we could include that in this motion as well, if you so desire.
I think we should let Councillor Crick speak.
Yeah, it's up to him.
So I guess we don't really know because we don't know exactly what the tax assessment's going to be come spring. But I'm okay with having the 5% in there, I guess, if makes sense, or it's fine.
An increase or something, because even reading it approves the operating budget of 3.1. The operating budget is not 3.1 million, right?
Through the Reeve, that's the requirement that the operating budget has for the 2025 year. That's the increase.
Yeah, it doesn't say increase or anything like that, right?
That's the bottom line.
It is a little confusing because I would think the operating budget is all the money we're spending on operations throughout the year. And we all know that we're spending a lot more than $3 million on operations throughout the year. What's that? Yeah.
Yeah, capital plan of 18 million.
But we're still spending more than $3 million on the operations, never mind the capital part.
Do you want to,
Yes, I know, but I need to know what the total expenditures are for 2025. Do you have that report? I don't have that, no.
do you want to take your motion back and then make a new motion, or what do you want to do?
We can just add they put in there representing a 5% tax increase is fine.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, you don't have to vote in favor if you don't like it.
Not your motion.
Well, I guess,
It's really confusing.
okay, I guess just for
Yeah,
clarity
there'll be
here,
discussion.
if somebody has opposition, then it has to be a voted on amendment, whether it comes from me or anyone else.
Just the wording doesn't make much sense, but we'll figure it out.
Who's next? Yeah, Counselor, it says Counselor Kraviak's next.
Yeah, thank you. That motion, Mr. Reeve, it's a little bit deceiving because the operating budget is not 3.165 million. It's an operating budget deficit of 3.165 million. And that's why you have a 5% tax increase. Your operating budget is how much?
Should be a,
Yeah, it's way over 3 million, so that motion is tabled wrong. It's an operating budget deficit of that much, Ms. Walker.
So through the Reeve, this is the typical way of presenting what the percentage increase is. So that's the bottom line requirement that's needed in addition to for 2025. The total operating expenditures for 2025 are $118,112,596. And offset by revenue, and the difference is that 3165000.
all right, Counselor Crick, are you okay with this motion? Okay. So more discussion, Counselor Swaggart?
Yeah, I think a few of us have already said, Susan, that if I, anybody else read this and, some other community says, wow, your operating budget's only 3.165 million, that's crazy because we know that's wrong. And I know in your mind, you think that's perfect, but our operating budget is not 3.165. It's, why don't you just tell us put the number in. I know what you're doing, but just tell us the operating budget is, $100 and some million or whatever. That's what we're trying to, that's what we show people in the future when they're asked. Like you can't tell them our operating budget's 3 million because it isn't.
Okay, thank you. On to Counselor Fadeev.
I think everybody gets the gist of it. We're short 3.165 million to be at zero. So it's a 5% increase to make budget that we need to do, and it represents it. Nobody says an operating budget is less than that. But anyways, if we want to provide the services and keep providing services, we need an increase, at least inflationary. And like I say, we're all being affected by it, and we know it, and I'm okay with this.
Okay, Counselor Crick?
Yeah, and we've got quite a large bridge deficit coming up in the next 10 years. So this is, I personally hate tax increases. I wish we had next to nothing for taxes, but I do like driving on the roads and I like being able to cross the bridges. And if we're going to keep our roads up to par and our bridges functional over the next 10 years, then we need to have a modest increase and just to keep up with inflation and to have money in reserves for that. So I think this is the responsible thing to do.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Yeah, Deputy Reeve?
Yeah, I get it for sure. I understand the motion because I'm sitting here as part of the discussion. Someone reading this down the road wouldn't understand this motion at all as they read it, but the way it's written out, I can vote on it easily, but it just doesn't make any sense grammatically, so that's all.
Well, 2 weeks ago at 5%, everyone a few of us were happy and a few of us weren't. And now we got an extra 1.6 added to that. And that would take it down, and then the possibility that it'll be greater. It could be another 6 million added onto that with all the oil been punched. So that would be almost $2 million extra. I can't see us asking for the full 5 now. Because we got almost an extra $2 million on the plate today. Can't say it's really there because it's, we don't know what the number is, but And we're just increasing by a million, so, or we got a million that we're playing with. It could be up to 2 million. So to put it at 5%, I think it's a little high. So anyway, any other discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote. Okay, that's defeated. Go ahead.
I'll make a motion that we go ahead with the proposed rate increase that we discussed earlier with the $1 million of additional funding that was estimated, so the 3.4% increase.
We'll wait till she comes back. Yep.
I'm compromising. It was already defeated once.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Reeve Scarson, for making this motion that council approves the 2025 operating budget requirements of $2,165,000 and the 2025 capital plan requirement of $18,887,934 as presented in Appendix A and B, attached and forming parts of this meeting's minutes, representing a 3.4 tax levy increase. Any discussion? Councillor Crick.
Yeah, so this is a budget, we passed this, it sends a message out to everybody in the MD that they can expect a 3.4% increase. But based on what assessment comes back and what we decide when it comes spring for the tax rate bylaw, the percentage could change.
Okay, Councillor Fadеев.
Yeah, I think if we do have an increase in assessment with the modifier and everything else, there's a lot of different projects that would love to see that extra $1 million, but that's why we're voting, I guess, but not in support of this.
Any other discussion on this motion? Okay, I'm going to call for the vote. It's definitely the longest one today. That's carried. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Reed.
Thank you.
Yeah, you need a smoke.
Donnie?
You need a smoke there, Barry.
No, we're good.
We're good?
20 minutes.
You do? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess. All right, welcome back. We are going on to 10, correspondence and information. Okay, see you.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. We do have a few items for correspondence. First is the check registry, if there's any questions for administration. Also, 10.2 is the concerns list for November. 10.3 is a letter coming back from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM, in response to Wheatland County's concerns. Also, there was a letter coming out from the MD of Bonnyville to the FCM with the same concerns. So we did get a response from Wheatlands. Also 10.4, we had an update from Municipal Affairs. They did approve the internship program for us. We did get a grant for $60,000 for that. So they will have an intern for upcoming months once we get more of the details. Also at 10.5, there is a request for a letter of support from the Canuso Blizzards Alpine Ski Club.
Councilor Fideiv?
Yeah, I'd just like get a letter of support for them. That'd be great.
I think no one will be, everyone will be in favor of that. Okay. Anything else, or looking for a motion to accept this correspondence as information? Yes, there you are.
Sorry,
Councilor Fideiv?
I was too fast. Yeah, I'll make the motion to accept all this as information, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fideiv, for making this motion that council accepts the following correspondence as information 1 through 6. Any discussion on this? Okay, I'm not seeing any. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Just looking for reports from members of council. Whoever would like to start first, go ahead.
Well, the BRFA meeting was postponed last month till this month, so it wasn't at that. And the sports, or the Winter Games meeting was postponed as well from today till next week, so I'll be at that next week. And then other than that, that's it.
Thank you. Whoever would like to go, go ahead. Oh, I gotta turn the mic on. Yep.
I'm on, but this mic isn't.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, okay, it's okay. It's not happened too many times. We had an ASB meeting, November 29th. We had Dr. Benoit in for discussions about shortage of bovine vets. We had discussion, there's 100 empty spaces in Calgary, and a lot of those vets, they go straight into small animals because it's easier and more money there. We had ARECA, the Ag Research and Extension Council of Alberta. They're scaling the funding for AgNo, which is helping farmers with their mental health. We had a session in Glendon on AgNo on December 7th, sponsored by FCSS and AgNo. There's going to be a Farmer Appreciation Night in Glendon on February 7th, if you guys are interested. February 7th, 2025. We had 2 environmental farm plant technicians assisting 69 producers with their EFPs. Also, I mentioned last time the Ag Service Board Conference in Edmonton, January 20th to 22nd. So if you're interested, that I guess Robin know. We had a Bonnyville Library Board meeting, business as usual. We have a new manager. I think I told you that last time, Gilles Tercier. We had a police committee meeting. Bonnyville Police had 722 files, 156 traffic in October, 19 mental health calls, 12 individuals, and there are 4 constables short now, but there's one coming in 3 weeks, so in 2 weeks there'll be only 3 short. Cold Lake had 1,514 files from October 21st to December 9th, and they are 4 constables short. Person crimes is down 1%, property crime down 27%. Mental health down 36%, so some good numbers there. CPOs gave 257 tickets and 163 warnings. There were 2 excessive speeds, 157 and 137 in an 80 zone. And one thing, as of the 3rd week in January, the Bonneville and Cold Lake RCMP are going to be wearing body cams, so that's something to know. What else? One more, I think. Oh yeah, we had a Glendon Public Library meeting, went through the financial report. Everything's going okay there, so that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Slipchuk?
Yeah, on November 29th, attended to Stepping Stones, just a little get-together there, Cold Lake City presented them with an $800,000 check, and we were able to present them a check of $200,000. Councilor Fidel, Matt, the CEO in term, was there, and myself. They were very appreciative of it, and thank everyone for our contribution in assisting them. As well, on the 30th, we attended the MD Christmas party, which was a nice event. Nice to see all the staff there. But they had a lot of draws there, and I don't know if they're rigged or what, because not a counselor won anything. And next thing, and that's all. Yeah, that's all we had. Thank you.
Counselor Swaggart?
Thanks, Mr. Reeve. I sit on the Beaver River Regional Waste Management Committee. We're doing budgeting, a little bit of a concern because when that Beaver River Regional Waste Management Committee was formed years ago, they had funding from the governments to buy equipment and buildings and stuff. And so their trailers, we've got nine of these haul trailers that are aging. And so over the last couple of years, we've been trying to account for that sort of asset management of those trailers for a replacement program by increasing tipping fees. And so it may get to a point that we're not actually collecting enough money to replace some of those trailers. So we might have to come out to Cold Lake, Bonneville, MD of Bonneville, Summer Villages, and ask for a little bit of money to help replace a trailer. So just something to keep in mind, I guess. And I just had a quick question. I'm not sure for who, the Reeve or maybe Mike Kriviak, Councillor Kriviak. You mentioned about cattle producers and folks are still kind of asking me, are we still looking at the St. Paul MD initiative for a slaughterhouse in the area, and where is that going? Or is it going anywhere? I'm not sure if we know.
As far as I know, the grant is still pending. We haven't heard back on the grant.
That has,
Close to till January.
Yeah.
yeah, that doesn't come to the new year.
Okay, so it's the grant we asked for to just have a study done?
Yes.
Was that it?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
You're done? Okay, Counselor Fidel.
Yeah, it's been pretty quiet. Did the same thing. Shadowed Councillor Slipchuk, Stepping Stones. That was a brutally cold day. But yeah, it's in library, but pretty well lit. So.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Crick?
So we had our ASP meeting. Councillor Kriviak covered it quite thoroughly. We'd already before the meeting sent out a bill letter in opposition to Bill C-293 from the Ag Service Board. Attended the Station 7 and 8 fire department's Christmas with the BRFA, and they've responded to just over 100 or almost 110 calls. I think maybe 107, 108 right now for this year already. So that's a lot of calls. I know about 10 years ago they were on 40 calls, so more than doubled in the last few years, almost tripled. Just to put that in perspective, that's about once every third day throughout the year almost. They're getting out of bed or getting called when it's interrupting their life, right? They're going out to do something for the community. So that's quite commendable. And yeah, it had I was supposed to have a Northern Lights Library System meeting, and I was chairing the Ag Service Board meeting that went a little bit late, so I just caught the last 3 minutes of my Northern Lights Library System meeting, and that was about it for me.
Okay, thank you, all of council. Josh and I did the Santa Claus Parade in Cold Lake. It was pretty cold, but it was really worth it going. All the kids were still happy to see us. And I have to shout out kudos to Canusu bunch that made the float there. It was pretty amazing, but they had candy. I never seen so much candy on a float. He filled me up twice and I got rid of it twice, so it was amazing how much candy they had. And they still had a big tote of candy left. The next night was our Christmas party for the MD. Great time. I also did the parade that it was cold again. And I had to dress at the C2 from coveralls to a suit. So anyway, it was really well done. Thank Matt for running that. Just looking, I had a meeting with the mayor of Cold Lake. We discussed a few things after he had was at a waste commission meeting. I took up some of that with the with my council today. I attended the Iron River Christmas party for the fire authority. That's Station 5, 4. Gordon's going to kill me. It's 5, isn't it?
No.
No?
Goodrich is 1.
2.
I think it's,
Anyway, Gordon Graves, I attended that one. There was a lot of awards. Gordon Graves and Ivan Brosel got 35 years serving the area, so that was pretty amazing. That's a long time. What's that?
Goodrich is 2, so that would be 3.
3? Okay.
I think so.
You saved me there. I also was at the policing committee yesterday, and Mike covered that very well. So thank you. Now I'm looking for a motion to go in camera.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Kraviak, for making that motion. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you.